Welcome back to Warhammer. Thank you again everyone for supporting Warhammer through this. Before we begin, daily videos will be resuming again like normal. And don't forget to like, comment, subscribe because the support will go a long way. YouTube's so happy to, halt our momentum on a crusade. So we gotta rebuild our numbers again. And again, guys, thank you for the support. You all have been absolutely wonderful. Now, let's get into the video.
Malphas Gate hung at the edge of the eastern fringe like a rusted crown hammered around the throat of a dying god. The ringworlds and fortress stations that formed the gate had once been bright bastions of the Corpse Empire. Now their lines were crooked with demon glyphs burned into metal, their hulls plated in scavenged armor and ossified bone. Macro cannon housings jutted out from the ring like broken teeth. Void shield spires rose above them, sheathed in lightning that tasted of old prayers twisted into new, uglier shapes. Gun moons drifted in slow, watchful orbits beyond, each one a hollowed planetoid stuffed with lance batteries, torpedo silos, and the chained souls of machine spirits that shrieked in binary agony every time their guns cycled. Beneath the gate, the primary fortress world glowered with Hive scars and manufactorum burns. Its night side was a smear of ruddy light, its atmosphere a permanent bruise of smoke and industrial filth. Its continents groaned under trench lines and bastion grids, its oceans girdled with void docks and refinery gantries. It was not a world that lived. It was a world that endured, because someone stronger willed it to. In the half-mad tides of the warp, something vast and hungry turned its eyeless attention toward that rusted crown. Vorath, the Unbound, felt it first. The sorcerer hung suspended above the floor of the sanctum, borne aloft on a storm of chained psykers. Dozens of mortal shells circled beneath him, their arms and legs nailed to iron frames, their mouths gagged with spiked bit clamps. Sable cabling and rusted needles pierced their skulls, feeding into the sorcerer's armor. Their minds were raw wounds on the surface of the immaterium, flayed open by 1,000 dying astropathic screams. Warp fire guttered in their empty eyes. Their muscles spasmed in time with the flicker of unseen constellations. Vorath drank their terror. Sight was meaningless within the warp. He did not see stars, he tasted their echoes. He felt holes opening in the veil, where worlds once burned with human life and worship. He sensed the abrupt silencing of entire choir networks as something cold and blank swept through them. It was like watching a firestorm rush across a forest, though here the fire was absent and the trees were living souls. He spread his arms, fingers crackling with empiric lightning. Runes etched into his black armor flared bright and then dimmed, greedily sucking down the flux. Again, he hissed. The psykers convulsed as one. Blood ran from their noses, ears, and weeping sockets. A wave of broken thoughts slammed into Vorath's mind. He forced them into shape, hammering whimpering images into a coherent vision. Worlds bloomed before him. One was oceanic, the surface glittering like a jewel. Another was a hive sphere ringed with docks, traffic streaming in glittering chains across its orbits. Another was a bleak rock world choked with refineries, each hung in the dark, like a ripe fruit. Then the shadow came. It was not a ship. It was not a fleet. It was a stain, an oily darkness spilling across the warp's face. Where it passed, light dimmed and sound died. The golden shimmer of the Corpse Emperor's beacon, faint even here in the deep dark, shrank and flickered as if in disgust. To mortal psykers, the shadow was teeth and claws and endless slavering hunger. To Vorath, it was a shape that was not a shape, a pressure that pressed from every direction at once. It washed over the first world. Vorath watched oceans turn black with spore clouds. He watched the skies fill with living meteors of chitin and bone. He watched city hives fall silent, their billions of souls snuffed out so quickly that the warp only had time for a single strangled scream before they were gone. The shadow moved on. Vorath followed it, world after world. One moment they burned with life and sin and fear. The next, they were bare rock and dust, scoured down to bedrock and cracked mantle. No souls fled, no ghosts wandered. The after-images on the warp were not the whispers of the dead, but the greasy trail of whatever had consumed them. He smiled behind his helm. He had seen demonic pacts and Xenos horrors. He had looked upon the Eye of Terror from the inside and studied its storms. This was different. This was a predator that did not play or bargain. The galaxy was meat to it. There was something almost admirable in that. The storm of psychers around him began to fail. Their thoughts frayed, turning from terrified coherence into gibbering chaos. One by one, their hearts burst in their chests, or their brains boiled, cooking in their skulls. Their souls fluttered free like burned paper, snatched apart by carrion demons before they could fully form. Vorath let the vision go. He came back to himself in the sanctum, hovering above the floor on a throne of flickering force fields. Smoke coiled from the sockets of the dead psychers. The air stank of offal and hot copper. Boots thudded on the deck behind him. "Witch!" Malak Draken's voice ground through Vox grills with the weight of grinding stone. Vorath turned. His levitation platform drifted in a slow circle, giving him a view of the one who had spoken. Draken was massive even among his gene-forged kind. His Terminator armor was a slab-sided citadel of black ceramite and brass, scored by melter burns and the claw marks of creatures long since killed. Chains wrapped his pauldrons and cross his chest, each link threaded with a trophy skull or a rag of flayed skin. The Eye of Horus glared from one pauldron, its pupil drilled through and filled with a shard of obsidian. A crackling power maul rested across his gorget, its head a block of humming cobalt light. Around him stood other giants in black, veterans of countless wars. Some bore horned helms, some went bareheaded, their faces pale and corpse-pale, eyes like coals sunk deep in scar tissue. All of them watched Vorath, with the flat patience of predators, who had not yet decided whether the thing before them was prey or asset. Vorath inclined his head. "Lord Draken," he said, "you asked to be informed when the warp spoke of our coming guest." Drakon's lip curled to show broken, augmetic teeth. "I asked you to tell me when the enemy was close enough to kill," he said. "You have spent too much time staring at ghosts." Vorath gestured, and the air between them shimmered. The vision did not return in full. He could not impose what he truly saw upon the minds of others without breaking them. Instead, he shaped smoke and light and sorcerous echo into something Drakon's senses could grasp. A hololithic sphere appeared, a rough representation of a subsector. Points of light burned within it, each representing a world. As Vorath watched, a blot of shadow spread across the projection. The lights winked out, one by one. "This is what walks toward Malphas Gate," Vorath said. "The servants of the Corpse Emperor call it a hive fleet. This one they named Kraken. That is a poor word. This is not a single beast. It is a thought given form, a will carried in a billion bodies. It does not negotiate. It does not break. It only adapts and devours." Draken watched the last point of light vanish. He snorted. "I see flesh to be torn and bone to be broken," he said. "If it has a mind, it can feel pain. If it has a will, it can be broken. You say it does not negotiate? Good. I am tired of listening to things beg." Vorath's amusement flickered like distant heat lightning. "Your confidence is noted." A new presence brushed the edge of his awareness, heavy, implacable, a gravity that bent the thoughts of those around it. The sanctum's lights dimmed for a heartbeat. The chained psychers' corpses twitched as residual warp charge crawled over them. The doors of the chamber groaned open. Abaddon the Despoiler entered, and the room inclined, around him like a living thing. His armor was the shadow of a dead empire made solid. Baroque plates of black ceramite edged in gold, hydraulics coated in the grime of centuries, trophy chains chiming softly against one another. The eye of Horus burned upon his breastplate. It was not just paint or gilding, it was a wound in reality, a sunken place where the air seemed to congeal. The dread clawed gauntlet at his side was a mass of barrels and barbs, as much demon as weapon. The sword at his hip warped the air, its presence a sliver of nothing that made mortal eyes water. The black legionnaires in the chamber dropped to one knee. Even Draken bowed his head. Vorath folded from the air to the deck in a flutter of discharging energy and sank to one knee as well. The sorcerer felt the warp flex around the Warmaster, like a beast baring its throat and teeth at once. "Rise," Abaddon said. His voice was iron dragged over stone, layered with vox distortion and something older, something that tasted of Istvan ash and Terra's burning skies. They rose. "Report," he said. Vorath straightened. The smoke vision still burned between them, the little star points now all faded to black. "The shadow I have traced for many months has reached the edge of the Malphas cluster," Vorath said. "Astropathic echo speaks of worlds stripped to lifeless rock, fleets swallowed whole. The corpse Emperor's beacon is choked behind it. It moves with purpose, but not our kind. It moves because hunger moves." Abaddon's helm tilted a fraction. "Tyranids," he said. "A tendril of their Hive fleet Kraken," Vorath confirmed. "One thought, made flesh and scale and chitin. It sweeps the eastern fringe, and now it reaches for Malphas Gate." Abaddon stepped closer to the projection. Warp light slid along the edges of his armor, making gold gleam like old blood. "The Imperium cannot hold this place against that," he said, "so they will abandon it." Vorath inclined his helm. "They already have. The garrison that once held these ring worlds ran at the first sign of the shadow. We caught their last ships as they tried to flee. Their souls proved instructive." Draken's teeth showed again. "They screamed well," he said. Abaddon ignored him for the moment. "We stand upon one of the few true routes from the Eye into the Eastern Galactic Arm," the Warmaster said. "Through this gate, I have launched raids and wars. Through this gate, I will launch more. I did not bleed to take it, and bleed to hold it, just to let some mindless swarm chew it to gristle." "They are not mindless," Vorath said quietly. "If they were, this would be simple. They have a mind. One. The smaller beasts are little more than nerves and teeth, but above them, behind them, something thinks. It learns. Every war leaves it stronger and more cunning." Abaddon turned his helm slightly. "And," he said, Vorath's vox carried a smile. "And that makes them useful," he said. "They are a weapon no one controls. Yet, they answer only to their hunger. If we test ourselves against them here, at the gate, we learn what they can do to the Imperium, and what the Imperium must spend to stop them elsewhere." Abaddon studied the darkened projection. In it, Malphas Gate glowed like a tiny, defiant ember in the middle of a spreading stain. "Malphas is an anvil," he said. "The galaxy will watch what happens when the beast throws itself against it." His gaze shifted to Draken. "Lord Malik Draken," he said, "you will take overall command of the defense. Every warband bearing the Eye in this system answers to you." Draken thumped his fist against his breastplate. "It will be done," he said. "I will not let these creatures pass. I will make a wall of their corpses and drown the survivors in their own ichor." "See that you do," Abaddon said. "Hold until there is nothing left to kill. If the Yalbo swarm still moves after that, I will consider you to have failed." Draken's grin only widened. "I have no intention of dying before I find out whether their gods can hear them scream," he said. Abaddon's attention slid away from him. "Where is the mortal?" he asked. the Arch-Colonel who commands the traitor hosts. Arch-Colonel San Valen remains in the surface strategium, Vorath said. He coordinates the mobilization of the guard regiments and slave levies. His mind is frayed, but his hatred of the Imperium keeps him functional. Bring his voice to me, Abaddon said. A communications thrall, little more than spine and vox gear wrapped in loose skin, lurched forward on insectile limbs. It plugged cable tendrils into a wall port and chittered, seeking the correct channel. Static hissed. Distantly, alarms wailed and march drums beat. Valen's voice came through thin and crackling. Arch-Colonel Valen, Primary Theater Command, he said. Who claims this channel? The one whose wars you bleed for, Abaddon said. The silence that followed had a weight all its own. My lord, Valen breathed at last. War Master, I did not know you had arrived in system. I go where the long war requires me, Abaddon said. You have billions of bodies under your command, Arch-Colonel. Regimented traitors, cult rabble, slave hordes. You will spend them all. A faint stutter sounded over the vox, as if Valen had forgotten how to breathe. My lord, I have seen the reports of the Xenos advance, he said. I know what they do to worlds. Even with the forces you have allowed me to raise, the numbers are meaningless, Abaddon cut in. You are not here to win with clever arithmetic. You are here to choke the maw of the Devourer with blood. You will fortify the primary world. You will fill every trench and bastion. If the swarm wants this route, it will have to drown in your men first. I understand, Valen said. There was iron in his voice now. Hatred gave it shape. The Imperium cast me aside. You gave me a new purpose. I will not fail you. You will, of course, Abaddon said. In time, everyone does. The question is how much useful work you do on the way. Make Malphas Gate the worst meal the Xenos have ever tried to swallow. Do that, and when I finally have you nailed into a sarcophagus, I may even let you remember this battle. The channel cut in a burst of static. Abaddon turned away, interest in the Arch-Colonel spent for the moment. The gun moons, he said. The Daemon engines. Who commands the forge? Magister Warpsmith Karen holds the Mechanicum's leash, Vorath said. He is on the outer ring, in the Void Docks. Summon him, Abaddon said, and tell him that if a single battery is found wanting when the first brood ship appears, I will feed his heart to his own machines. In the bowels of a gun. Moon! Karen worked. The dark Mechanicum Magister moved through a cathedral of steel ribs and dangling cabling, his own mechanized limbs clanging against the deck. His flesh was almost an afterthought. A hunched, desiccated torso, the skin tattooed with binary cant and dark litanies, hung in a cradle of servo arms and piston limbs. His face was a cluster of bionics, lenses and auger arrays whirring, mechadendrites coiling and uncoiling like predatory snakes. Around him, reactor hearts throbbed. Macro batteries loomed against the hull, their muzzles big enough for tanks to roll through. Inside their housings, chained demons whimpered, bound in cages of sigil-etched brass. Every time Karen's mechadendrites brushed the rune locks, the entities snarled and spat warp fire against the walls of their prison. You will scream when I tell you to scream, Karen rasped, his voice a metallic buzz. You will burn at the exact moment the War Master desires you to. You will not falter. You will not sulk. You will not feed. One of the bound things shrieked and tried to surge up the cabling, seeking to flow back into the warp. The rune cage flared, hurling it back, burning jagged patterns into its translucent essence. Karen jabbed a needle into a nearby tech thrall's spine. The wretched thing convulsed, its eyes rolling back, its soul boiled loose in a gush of howling white flame. Karen caught it in a crystal ampule, shook it twice, then slammed it into a slot on the demon's cage like a man feeding coal into a furnace. The demon gulped it down and settled, smoldering with spite. Better, Karen said, You will have many more to eat. There is a swarm coming. You will open your mouths for them. The gun moon shook as engines rerouted power. Data chimed in Karen's ears. Auger pings, energy curves, shield strength projections. He saw the outer void like a wireframe of data, dotted with picket craft and minefields. On the hollow screens before him, the first specks appeared, distant, almost invisible, at the very edge of range. They did not correspond to known Imperial or Chaos warship silhouettes. They were irregular, organic, wrong. Karen's lenses irised wider. Interesting, he murmured. New schematics for the archives. Long-range augers across the gate woke to that same wrongness. Between states of function and failure, they caught glimpses of motion, vast shapes trailing filaments, lumps of living matter exuding spore clouds, sinuous forms that flexed against the void like muscle. The Empyrean began to writhe. The warp around Malphas Gate had never been calm, but now its storms changed flavor. The howling of demons grew fainter, as if heard from deeper underwater. A blankness crept in, a dead spot, spreading, smothering the usual riot of color and pain. The shadow of the hive mind pressed against the system's psychic skin. In the flagship's command sanctum, Vorath staggered as the pressure hit him. For a moment, his own connection to the warp felt frayed, as though the umbilical had been chewed. The swarm's mind brushes ours, he said. It does not like competition. Abaddon watched the hollow models update, the first distant bioships registering as crawling glyphs at the edge of the display. Their signatures were strange, half void and half biomass. Weapons and drives grown rather than forged. Good, he said. He stepped forward, keying a Vox channel that tied not only to the flagship, but to every fortress, every warship, every gun moon, every bastion world in the Malphas cluster. Thralls collapsed as the full weight of his war voice slammed through the systems. Their blood ran from noses and ears, pooling on the decks. The signal went out regardless, riding on that sacrifice. The War Master's words filled the void. Children of the Long War, Abaddon said, look to the dark beyond your walls. All across Malphas, traitor guardsmen in their trenches lifted their heads. Cult mobs paused their howled devotions. Black legionnaires patrolling Hab ruins turned toward the star-choked sky. Tech thralls twitched in their harnesses. Demon engines snarled, recognizing the scent of the one who had unleashed them in so many other wars. A beast comes to our gate, Abaddon said. It has eaten worlds. It has drunk fleets. It believes the galaxy is its feast. It believes it can swallow everything that lives and leave nothing behind. His voice dropped, becoming colder. It is wrong. He let the words hang, sinking claws into the minds that heard them. This gate is ours, he said. We took it from the corpse emperor. We held it against his sons and his slaves. Now another predator comes to test us. Let it. Let the galaxy watch. The long war devours all things that dare to devour us. Across the system, guns rumbled as crews made the sign of the eye and set their sights on the approaching shadow. On the primary fortress world, sirens wailed as regiments formed, as slave columns were driven toward the front, as Arch-Colonel San Valen straightened his spine and began to write the orders that would spend lives in numbers he had never dared imagine. In the ring forts, Malik Draken stalked toward the teleportation chambers, already tasting the alien blood that would soon spray across his armor. In the void, the first living specks of Hive Fleet Kraken crept closer, slow and inevitable, like maggots toward an open wound. The first thing they saw of Hive Fleet Kraken was what it did to paint. The outermost picket ships of the Malphas cluster were old killers, scarred cruisers and raiders that had hunted in the Corpse Emperor's fleets before they had turned their guns around. Their hulls were pitted already from centuries of war, their prows carved with new symbols in flayed flesh and beaten brass. They were used to taking punishment. They were not used to the void itself hissing. Around them, as something alive brushed its fingers across their shields. On the bridge of the cruiser, vengeful pyre, the first spatter of bioplasma hit the forward void screen and spread like a luminous bruise. The shield flared, colors rippling across its curvature, and the reinforced armored glass of the command viewport dimmed automatically as the energies spiked. "Range closing!" screamed Gunnery Officer Jaden, his voice cracking through the Vox. "Energy spike from the leading contacts, bearing starboard high. Impact on the count of 3. Captain, 2, 1. The second volley hit. The void shield shrieked. The sound came through the hull as a throbbing, tooth-aching vibration. Runes on the tactical slate before Jaden flared red and then purple as power bled off overload pathways. The smell of ozone and hot insulation filled the command deck. The crew were mortals, patched together from cultists, slave levies, and professionals who had survived too many mutinies. They flinched and gritted their teeth, some making the sign of the eye over their consoles, others muttering litanies taught by traitor priests. At the center of the command dais, Captain Cordas did not move. Cordas was still in his armor, because he did not trust Malphas enough to walk around in soft skin. His power plate was a dull, smoked black, scratched and dented by old macro hits. One pauldron bore the Eye of Horus, the other a stylized burning hull. His face, the little of it visible behind his raised gorget, was a ruin of scar tissue and augmetic plating. His right eye was a red lens, ticking in tiny increments as it tracked data. His left was a dead white orb that reflected the hololithic displays in a jaundiced glare. "Shield integrity?" he asked. "Primary field at 73 parts in 100, Captain," Jaden yelled, watching the rune display shudder. "Secondary generators spooling. The things keep changing their firing pattern. The machine spirits are complaining about—" "Tell them to complain louder if they die," Cordas said. "Target the lead bioship. Fire all forward batteries. Lance pattern Delta, and signal the Krakens more that they are to hold position. No one breaks the line." Macro cannon boomed, felt rather than heard. The vengeful pyre's broadside guns disgorged shells the size of ground tanks. They streaked across space in thrumming lines, their internal machine spirits screaming for impact. Lances spat from dorsal mounts, spearing the darkness in spears of white-blue light. The first true sight of Kraken burned into every mind on that bridge. The target was not a ship as men understood it. It was a hill of flesh and chitin floating through the stars, a humped mass veined with glowing sacs. Tendrils trailed behind it, flexing against the void like the limbs of a deep sea beast in some ancestral ocean. Along its flanks, sphincter mouths opened, vomiting streams of blue fire that arced toward the Chaos cruisers. The first macro hits smashed into its carapace. Gouts of ichor boiled into the void, followed by drifting clouds of shredded flesh. The thing shuddered, its glow sacs flickering. For a moment, it looked almost still. Then the damaged tissue began to knit. "Emperor's old bones," Jaden breathed, unable to stop himself. Cordas's helm turned a fraction. "Say his name on my bridge again, mortal, and I will feed your tongue to the gunnery cogitators," he said. "Reload! Keep firing!" Bolts of lance fire carved glowing grooves across the bioship's flank, cauterizing what they cut, but failing to break through entirely. In response, the beast adjusted its course minutely, angling its bulk to present the least damaged plates to the oncoming fire. Something small and beetle-like detached from its underside. Then something else. Then a cloud of somethings. A cloud that grew and spread, each individual shape unfolding stubby fins and flexing ribbed membranes as they accelerated. "New contacts," one of the augur thralls squealed, their voice high and distorted through malformed vox cords. "Swarm launch, vectoring toward us, and the Krakens more. They are... The machine spirit cannot classify them, Captain. They are alive." Jaden watched the range numbers plummet, each mark on the slate a heartbeat closer. Void shield at 60 parts in 100, he shouted. Those impacts are stripping our outer layers like acid. Void density fluctuating, Captain. I have to compensate or it will cascade. Compensate, Cordus said, or I will use your lungs as spares. The first wave of Tyranid drones hit the shield, where Imperial torpedoes or assault boats would have flared and bounced. These things bit. They were like swollen ticks grown to the size of armored vehicles, their jaws ringed with teeth of grown metal and chitin. They drove themselves into the crackling field, their flesh blistering and bursting in places, but forcing their mass closer with each second. The void shield buckled. The machine spirits howled. The shield went from a smooth, even curve into a warped, buckling sheet, dimpling inward wherever the drones pressed. The stress lines flashed into the visible spectrum, spiderwebbing across the shield dome. "Maintain field!" Jaden bellowed. "By the eye! Hold them! Hold them!" The shield collapsed. It went in a flash, a sudden catastrophic failure as the generators tripped beyond their tolerances. For a heartbeat, there was nothing between the vengeful pyre's hull and the void, but a wash of dying static. Then the drones struck home. They hit the armor plate like a hail of meteors. Some were smeared to paste against the sloped ceramite. Some shattered and tumbled away, their innards freezing into glittering shards. But enough of them caught and clung. Organic hooks and barbs sank into battle steel. Jaws latched on. Acidic saliva and bioplasma vomited from glandular sacs, eating into the hull like hot knives through fat. Cordus felt the tremor through his boots as the hull was breached. "Aft bulkheads reporting contact," a bridge thrall squealed. "We have incursions on decks 16 through 20. Pressure loss in the ventral manufactoria. Enemy organisms. Moving inside." "Seal those decks," Cordus snapped. "Activate bulkhead shutters. Lock the inner blast doors. And call the company." He did not need to specify which company. On every Chaos cruiser, there was always one. On the internal Vox, klaxons blared. Runes flashed crimson, marking breach points. The channel that linked the captain's throne to the warriors slept for a breath, then hissed open. "Cordus to border response," he said. "You have beasts in my walls." A voice came back, cold and amused. "We will clear the infection," it said. The Black Legionnaires of Vengeful Pyre moved. They sealed their helms, auto-senses clicking through. Spectrums. They checked bolter magazines, racked chainswords, spun chain axes to feel the grind of steel teeth. They took position in the corridors leading toward the breach points, turning each long steel throat into a kill corridor. Combat servitors dragged heavy weapon mounts into place, their flesh stapled around weapon housings. Cultist auxiliaries scampered to the flanks, clutching stolen shotguns and stubbers, their faces painted with freshly carved eyes. The first Tyranid drone punched through a bulkhead with a shriek of tortured metal. The thing's body filled the corridor, a swollen mass of overlapping plates. Its head was a lamprey maw, ringed with jagged teeth, its many eyes covered by translucent membranes. Its forelimbs ended in drills of bone that spun wetly, chunks of hull plating still clinging to them. Viscous ichor dripped from its joints, hissing and smoking where it landed on the deck. It took exactly 2 steps before the Black Legion opened fire. Bolter shells howled down the corridor in a storm. They punched into chitin, burying themselves deep before detonating. Segments of the creature exploded outward in bloody fans. Ichor splashed the walls, sizzling and pitting the metal. Segmented limbs were torn away. The lamprey maw snapped at nothing, teeth shattering as they clamped down on empty air. Behind the first, more came. They boiled through the torn metal like maggots through the carcass of a god. Smaller, gaunt-like organisms clambered over the corpses of the larger drones, skittering along walls and ceiling, their talons leaving scratches in the steel. Some spat thin, needle-like projectiles that hissed through the air and embedded themselves in armor and flesh, pumping corrosive venom. Chainswords roared as the Black Legionnaires stepped forward to meet them. Power fists snapped out, catching Tyranid bodies and crushing them to pulp. A power axe cleaved through two gaunts at once, shearing them in half and sticking for a moment in a third. One legionnaire took a claw to the throat, the blow severing cabling and slicing through his gorget. Blood jetted out in a high-pressure spray, splattering against the ceiling. He kept firing until his legs gave out. The corridors filled with the sound of bolters, the scrape of chitin, the hiss of melting metal, and the wet, meaty thumps of bodies hitting the deck. Outside, the swarm thickened. Magister Karen watched it through a dozen lenses, each one relaying a different spectrum of data from the gun moon's auger banks. The first ranks of the bioships were already heavy with wounds. Macro cannon fire had torn holes in them, leaving ragged mouths through which their insides leaked in streams of frozen guts. Lance batteries had bored tunnels straight through some, venting boiling atmospheres into space. It was not enough. Behind the wounded, more loomed. They came in layers, a living curtain advancing on Malphas Gate. Some were slender things like barbed arrows, trailing long, flickering fins. Others were bloated, whale-like masses studded with gun vents and launching blisters. A vast shape hung further back, half glimpsed behind the skirmish line, like the shadow of some great organism, yet to reveal its full outline. The Magister flexed his mechadendrites. "Initialize plague sequence," he rasped. "Unlock virus caskets Gamma through Omega. Safety interlocks to manual override. Target densest cluster of biomass at 0 mark elevation, above the primary vector." Thralls scurried to obey. On the gun moon's underside, cyclopean hangars irised open. Suspended in launch cradles, rows of cylindrical warheads glowed faintly with internal light. Their casings were etched with sigils and script in the convoluted tongue of the dark mechanicum. Communion circuits fed into their cores, where caged machine spirits muttered and seethed. Karen extended a claw and traced a rune of activation over the launch console. "Scream," he whispered. The virus bombs dropped. They fell away from the gun moon in neat, disciplined lines, their descent marked by flares of guidance thrusters. For a few heartbeats, they looked like ordinary ordnance, nothing more than cleverly forged metal and stolen machine souls. Then, the sigils on their sides flared, and each casing began to split. The warheads ruptured before impact. They burst like overripe fruit, spraying clouds of glimmering vapor into space. The void did not hold air, but the plagues carried their own rules. They spread along psychic pressure lines, crawling toward the heat of mines and the hum of organic chemistry. Each mote contained a fragment of sentient code, a sliver of malice shaped by Karen and his peers. The leading bioships plowed through the clouds. Where the plagues touched flesh, chitin turned black and brittle. Veins lit up with crawling fire. Energy organs shut down, overloaded by contradictory orders, screamed into their very structure. Living hulls cracked and sloughed away in flakes. Spore chimneys shriveled as though in a sudden drought. In some cases, whole vessels spasmed, their spinal spurs writhing, then went limp, drifting as dead hulks in the void. Karen watched with the clinical delight of a dissecting magus. "Refine that pattern," he muttered, memorizing how the Hive fleet's tissues responded, which strains of the machine spirit plagues bit deepest. Hive fleet Kraken answered. The dying bioships did not fall back. They did not try to escape. Feeder tendrils extruded from the larger beasts behind them and thrust forward, impaling the failing vessels like skewered meat. Muscles flexed. The dead and dying were shoved bodily into the path of the incoming fire, their ruined mass becoming a screen against lance strikes and macro salvos. Shielded behind that grisly wall, new organisms revealed themselves. Between the swollen hulls swam long, sleek shapes, like enormous arrowheads with serrated flanks. Their fronts were nothing but gaping maws, their interiors studded with rows of gestation sacks. As they came within a certain range of the Chaos fleet, those sacks spasmed. Living torpedoes shot forth in a storm, each wrapped in bony casing that burned with bioplasmic charge. Hyper-accelerated spore warheads streaked toward the gun moon. "Incoming high density," a thrall intoned, its flesh masking sagging as fear overcame its conditioning. "Too many to track individually, Magister. The targeting cogitators say. The targeting cogitators are not asked to think," Karen snapped. "They are told to kill. All batteries, point defense grid to maximum. Feed them the new patterns." The heavens erupted. Flak cannons spat storms of shrapnel. Laser clusters stabbed and swept. Flensing beams scythed across the void. Scores, hundreds of spore torpedoes burst apart under that onslaught, leaving clouds of boiling biosludge and fragments of chitin spinning, tumbling away. Enough. Survived. The first impacts tore chunks from the gun moon's armor. Explosions of viridian flame splashed across its underside, eating into metal and rock alike. One lance array took a direct hit, its emitter vanes cracking and folding like wax under an open flame. Secondary detonations rippled along its spine as power couplings blew. On the outer defense ring, Vorath felt the pressure of the hive mind's counterstrike. The sorcerer stood in the center of a ritual circle on the hull of a fortress station, the void held back by a thin sheen of force field. Around him, other sorcerers of lesser ranks formed a ragged ring, their armor etched with sigils, their gauntlets wet with freshly spilled blood. The circle, etched into the deck between them, was filled with twitching bodies, the remains of mortal sacrifices only partially dead, their souls pinned in place by hook runes and barbs. Vorath raised his staff. "Tear," he said. The warp obliged. The space above the fortress's hull twisted, puckering into a black wound. Purple lightning crawled around its edges. From the rent spilled shapes of madness, winged things with too many eyes and mouths, serpentine demons of Tzeentch, all shifting angles and impossible colors. Brutish, blood-slick beasts with axes made of coagulating gore, they poured forth into the void, trailing chains of reality behind them. Vorath pointed toward the swarm. "Go," he commanded. "There are minds for you to break out there. Nerves to pluck, thoughts to poison. Feast on their synapse beasts. Drink their command and coordination." The demons screamed and hurled themselves toward the Tyranid fleet. They tore into the smaller escort organisms, rending flesh and drinking psychic residue. They descended upon zoanthrope clusters, their claws sliding through warp-anchored shields in sparks of protesting physics. Synapse creatures went dark, their link to the greater hive mind severed, as their brains were ripped apart both physically and metaphysically. For a handful of moments, the swarm staggered. Attack vectors wavered. Broods veered off course. Fire patterns grew erratic. It was not chaos as humans knew it, but it was enough to blunt that first perfect edge. Then the shadow in the warp surged. The hive mind's attention turned, its cold will focusing like a spear point. The demons howled as the blankness swallowed them. This was not the soothing dead calm of a true pariah. This was hunger made into absence, a negation that ate at their very being. Lesser entities winked out, their forms unraveled. Stronger ones retreated shrieking back into the rift, scorched by a force they could not comprehend. Vorath laughed, even as blood began to seep from his nostrils. "Interesting," he murmured. "Very interesting." Out in the thick of the brawl, one Black Legion strike cruiser died on purpose. The ineffable Malice had always been an unlucky ship. Its machine spirit sulked. Its reactors ran hot. Its captain, a grim veteran named Helvar, had never quite shaken the feeling that the vessel wanted to explode. As the swarm closed, he decided to give it its wish. "Enemy contacts closing," his augur officer reported, voice flat with fatalism. "We have lost starboard batteries. Port shields failing. That last spore impact took out half the dorsal lance grid. Captain, we are not holding." Good, Helvar said. Then we are close enough. He opened a vox line to his black legionnaires. Dozens of helmed visages glared back at him from the rune screens, each one spattered with blood, ichor, or both. Brothers, Helvar said, we have a chance to kill more of these things than the Augur adepts can easily count. We will take it. The War Master demands a price for his gate. We will pay it now. None argued. None asked for orders to abandon ship. They simply made the sign of the eye and checked their weapons one last time, as if for another. Boarding action. Helvar turned to his reactor master. Override safety locks, he said. Begin cascade. Give me a controlled build until we are inside their teeth, then let go. Aye, Captain, the reactor master croaked. Half his face melted in some old burn. The ineffable malice ploughed forward, deeper into the swarm. Bioplasma carved glowing scars along her hull. Spore torpedoes detonated against her flanks, blowing out chunks of armor and venting atmosphere. Drones latched on only to be shaken loose as the cruiser rammed aside smaller biovessels. Macro shells still spat from her remaining batteries, more out of habit than hope. At a range where even the bridge viewports showed nothing but heaving walls of alien flesh, Helvar smiled for the first time in years. Now, he said. The reactor went critical. At first it was a hum, felt more than heard, a rising pressure in the bones. Then it was a flare, a spike of light knifing through the swarm. The cruiser's bulk tore itself apart from the inside. Plasma surged through constraining fields that could not possibly hold it. Metal boiled. The hull exploded outward in a storm of incandescent shards. The expanding fireball was not a simple explosion. Helvar had ordered the right rites. The reactor spirit ripped loose in a howl of joy and hate, its detonation shaped by ritual and geometry. It became a kill star, a brief artificial sun that bathed nearby bioships in radiation and shrapnel. Dozens of Kraken's vessels ruptured. Living hulls were flensed away. Internal organs burst under the shockwave. Feeder tendrils snapped. Synapse lines fizzled as their conduits were torn. A full company of Black Legionnaires died in that moment, their bodies vapor, their souls whipped away into the maelstrom. No one in the fleet called it a waste. On the outer ring, vox channels crackled. Lord Draken, San Valen's voice came in, ragged with static and strain. The picket line is folding. I have ships requesting permission to fall back to close orbit. My ground crews demand more time to bring additional orbital batteries online. If you grant me even a fraction more of the reserves, I can... Arch-Colonel, Malek Draken said, his tone as cold as void. You seem to be under the delusion that this is a negotiation. Valen swallowed audibly, the sound picked up and magnified by Vox. My lord, I only seek to preserve lives for... Preserve nothing, Draken snapped. You sit on a fortress world with trenches and bastions that stretch from horizon to horizon, and you whine about preserving lives. Every man under your command is a shell waiting to be fired. Every regiment is a magazine. You do not preserve ammunition when the enemy is at your gate, Valen. You spend it. You drown him in it. The swarm is larger than our projections, Valen said. It outnumbers us by margins I cannot even properly count. If we commit everything now, and they still come, then you will have done your duty, and I will have a clearer picture of how much blood it takes to slow them, Draken said. Every man who dies well buys a heartbeat for the War Master's will. That is all any of us are. Heartbeats. Do not dishonor them by clutching them to your chest and calling that mercy. The channel went silent for a long moment. Then Valen's voice came back, sanded down to something grim and hard. Understood, Lord, he said. I will make sure their deaths are interesting. Make sure they are useful, Draken said. Interesting is for the storytellers. He cut the line and turned back to the tactical displays. The first wave of Kraken's tendrils was blunted. The picket ships had died hard, leaving a graveyard of tumbling carcasses, metal and organic. Void space between the swarm and the gate glowed with residual radiation and psychic scars. For a brief span, there was even a suggestion of open void between the foremost bioships and the main Chaos fleet. It did not last. Behind the damaged swarms, more mass shadow bled into auger range. More bioships, more feeder organisms, more shapes without names. The Hive fleet flowed into its own wounds, filling them with fresh flesh. The pattern of its advance barely slowed. Vorath watched with his mind's eye as much as through data. That was the vanguard, he whispered, almost to himself. Probes, testing our teeth. He felt the weight behind it, the sheer psychic bulk of the true fleet still out in the dark, pressing slowly inward. The shadow in the warp thickened, the scream of demons fading to thin, distant wails. On every deck, in every bastion, the servants of the Black Legion braced. The real storm had not even started. The bioships settled into their killing orbits like carrion birds around a carcass. From the void they had seemed enormous. From the surface, they were something else again. They were stains against the sky, a moving bruise that drifted from horizon to horizon. Their bellies opened, vast flesh valves dilating, and the rain began. The first mycetic spores came down as streaks of emerald fire. They burned through the upper atmosphere, leaving trails of poisonous vapor that glowed sickly green. Shock waves rolled ahead of them, flattening clouds and rippling the smog blanket above the Hive plains. As they struck the stratosphere, their outer shells charred, revealing pulsing inner sacs. Those ruptured in turn, splitting into smaller pods, each wrapped around a mass of claws and teeth. Capillary towers followed, vast spears of grown bone and calcified sinew, tumbling through the sky in slow, sickening arcs. Their tips glowed as friction heated them to a dull red. They fell in clusters, angled toward hive spires, manufactoria hubs, and defense grid nexuses with obscene precision. On the primary fortress world's northern continental bastion, San Valen stood in a trench that ran like a rusted scar from one horizon to the other and watched the heavens bruise. The trench wall in front of him was a slab of rockcrete, stained dark with old blood and exhaust soot. Vox poles jutted from it like withered trees, their antennae bristling with scrap metal charms and pendulous skulls. Behind him, the support trenches swarmed with bodies, traitor guardsmen in scavenged flak armor and spiked helmets, cult mobs wrapped in chains and ritual scars, slave levies with shock collars tight around their throats and shovels in their raw hands. Valen's own coat was a mockery of the one he had worn in Imperial service. The cut was the same, the high collar pressed and starched, the double row of medal pins gleaming. The color had changed from pure white to a deep, dried blood crimson. The aquila had been torn away. In its place, the eye of Horus glared up from his chest, stitched in with coiled wire and strips of skin. His hair, once trimmed to regulation, was long and stringy now, tied back with a leather thong. His eyes were pale with exhaustion, but they burned with a fanatic light. He tilted his head back and squinted at the sky. The upper atmosphere had turned the color of rotten bruises. Where the mycetic spores came down, bright wounds of light tore across that dark, each one getting bigger as it hurtled toward the ground. The capillary towers fell more slowly, their trajectories visible as faint, shimmering lines. San Valen smiled without humor. "So," he murmured, "the Void Wolves have had their turn at you. Now it is our turn." He snapped a hand toward the closest Vox pole. "Planetary Vox, all bands," he said. "Override whatever whining catechisms the priests are squealing. I want every loudhailer, every trench speaker, every hab shrine and manufactorum tower broadcasting the same thing." The Vox operator, a thin man with augmetic plugs stapled into his cheeks, flinched. "What, Arch-Colonel?" he asked. "Battle him, his words," Valen said. "The War Master's proclamation. The last message he gave us before he translated out. Find it, strip it, and loop it. I want every man on this world to hear his voice when the sky falls. The operator blinked, then nodded frantically. His fingers scrabbled over rune studs. Lines of crackly data hissed across the nearby Vox slate. A moment later, the trenches filled with Abaddon's voice. It rolled out of battered speakers and jury-rigged Vox horns, distorted by damage and age, but still thick with iron. Children of the Long War, look to the dark beyond your walls. A beast comes to our gate. Valen felt shoulders stiffen along the trench line. Heads came up. Men who had been muttering private prayers or staring blankly at the sky now set their grips more firmly on laser guns and stubbers. Cultists began to chant along with the Vox, their raw voices scraping like knives over stone. Let the galaxy watch. The Long War devours all. Things that dare to devour us. The first spore pods hit. They came in low across the battleground, curving in as the Hive's defense cogitators tried belatedly to shift ground shields to intercept. The outer flanks of the Malphas northern bastion were a maze of tank traps, razor wire snarls, and minefields. Spore pods plunged into them like shells hurled by a manic god. Some burst in mid-air, showering the forward kill zones with scything fragments and writhing organisms. Others smashed into the soil and burrowed, their outer shells cracking open as clawed hands tore their way free. Shock waves rolled across the trenches. Valen braced against the trench wall, teeth rattling as the ground shuddered. Dust cascaded from the overhead duckboards. Men screamed as the concussion ruptured eardrums and dislodged poorly secured buttresses. One of the closer bunkers collapsed inward, entombing dozens of soldiers in a rain of stone and steel. A capillary tower slammed into the plain beyond. The forward mine belts. The impact was like a god hammering a stake into the world's crust. Rock and soil geysered upward. The tower's long length drove itself deep, anchoring into the planet like a parasitic root. Flesh plates along its surface flexed and opened, exposing pulsing canals. A stench like rotten meat and acid poured out across the battlefield. Valen spat mud and grime from his mouth. "All batteries fire by preset," he barked. "Target the landing zones. Kill anything that moves in the shadow of those towers. I want the earth turned into a lake of blood before they reach my trenches." Artillery obeyed. Out beyond the trench line, in reinforced redoubts and camouflaged pits, the traitor guns spoke. Basilisks and medusas, their imperial insignia burned away and replaced with ragged demonic icons, slammed out shells in steady, thunderous cadence. Hydra platforms pumped flak into the low skies. Heavy mortars thumped, lobbing fat, ugly canisters that burst into storms of shrapnel and chemical fire. Rocket batteries screamed their payloads up and over the horizon. The plain became a cauldron. Gaunts boiled up from the shattered spore pods, all snapping jaws and scything talons. Some were lean and swift, their limbs built for speed, others more heavily built, their arms ending in grotesque bio-weapons that spat streams of beetle-like projectiles. They poured forward in a living wave, only to vanish under the barrage. High explosive shells turned ranks of them into vapor and shredded meat. Phosphor rounds washed them in burning chemical flame, their chitin cracking and curling as they ran, still trying to reach the trenches. Shells burst amidst clusters of capillary tower roots, blowing chunks from them, sending gouts of ichor high into the smoky air. The tower simply kept growing, pumping fleshy extrusion toward the sky. Gargoyles came next. They were dark specks at first, then a flock, then a storm. Membranous wings beating, they dropped out of the low clouds, swooping over the minefields to spit barrages of living ammunition at the trenches. Flak guns caught many in mid-flight, bursting them into sprays of limbs and viscera. Others wove through the fire with unnatural agility, darting down to rake at helmets and exposed faces. Valen ducked as a gargoyle smashed into the trench lip in front of him. its talons raking furrows in the rockcrete. A nearby guardsman screamed as his shoulder was hooked and pulled, his arm tearing free in a gush of blood and ragged tissue. Valen drew his sidearm and put a bolt round through the gargoyle's skull, blasting its head apart in a shower of bone fragments and brains. "Keep firing!" he roared, wiping gore from his cheek. "They bleed. Make them drown in it." The men obeyed. Las fire filled the air, a red lattice lancing into the oncoming swarms. Heavy stubbers chattered. Autocannons thumped, their explosive shells punching holes through massed gaunts. The air above the killing fields vibrated with the constant roar of guns. Burrowers hit beneath the barrage. The mines caught some of them, blooming into stacked explosions that blew open the ground and left gaping craters. Others slipped through, following pheromone markers and synapse signals. They surfaced like monstrous worms beneath the forward emplacements, bursting up through bunker floors and trench bottoms in fountains of soil and blood. Valen heard the screams as one such thing erupted a few 100 meters down the line. Its head was a ring of grinding plates, chewing through bodies and sandbags alike. A whole section of trench vanished under its bulk. Men were thrown into the air, their limbs flailing, their mouths open in silent terror before they hit the ground and were crushed. He gritted his teeth. "This is only the first mouthful," he rasped. Flash-white light stabbed across his vision. For a heartbeat, his senses scrambled, his augment eyes flickering in protest. Teleport strike. Malek Draken and his Terminators arrived in one of the forward bastions in a storm of displaced air and warp fire. One moment, the bastion's upper firing level was a rattling, dust-choked trench filled with traitor guardsmen and a few scattered Chaos Marines. The next, it was filled with black-armored giants. Drakon strode forward, his boots crushing corpses and ammunition boxes alike. His Terminator plate made the bunker look suddenly small, the ceiling too low. Around him, his chosen warriors spread out, each a fortress of ceramite and hatred, their shoulders scraping the walls. Power fists flexed. Reaper autocannon barrels whirred as they spun up. Combi bolters clacked as they chambered fresh rounds. "Lord," one of the mortal officers gasped, staggering back from the sudden presence. "We did not expect—" "You did not expect anything," Draken cut him off. "You expected to die without witness. Now you will die in front of me. Make your deaths worthy of the War Master's war." A tremor shook the bastion. Drakon stepped to the nearest firing slit and looked out. The fortress glacis spread away from him in a sloping wall of reinforced rockcrete, studded with gun emplacements and communication arrays. It was already scarred, pitted by impacts where spores and biocannon shots had struck. Beyond it, the killing fields writhed. Gaunts swarmed over craters and wire emplacements, their bodies piling up against obstacles in drifts that other beasts climbed over. Gargoyles wheeled and fell. Artillery threw up constant gouts of fire and soil. A new shadow fell across the glacis. Drakon's auto-senses flicked up to track it. A mycetic spore the size of a manufacturing block came down like a meteor, shedding fragments of its shell as it fell. It hit the glacis a short distance away, slamming into the sloped wall with the force of an orbital strike. The entire structure shook. Cracks raced along the rockcrete. Gun teams were thrown from their positions. The spore burrowed in, its impact cratering the glacis, then split open with a wet, tearing sound. Living artillery poured out, chitinous beasts whose backs were studded with mortar-like growths. They scuttled forward a few paces, slammed their taloned feet into the ground, and began to fire. "Forward," Draken said. His Terminators moved as one. Bolter fire from lesser beings was a storm. From them, it was a sentence. Their combi bolters hammered, mass reactive shells stitching through the creatures emerging from the spore. The living artillery beasts exploded, their organ cannons rupturing in fountains of filth. Gaunts shrieked and died in clusters, their bodies smashing into each other as they fell. Draken advanced through the rain of ichor. A gaunt leaped for him, scything talons flashing. He caught it in one massive hand, fingers closing around its thorax. Its claws skittered uselessly against his armor as he squeezed. Bone cracked. Flesh burst. He hurled the twitching ruin back into its fellows and raised his power maul. "Come then," he snarled across the void between them. "Show me what a hive mind can do." He brought the maul down on the next beast that lunged at him. The head of the weapon exploded in crackling energy, smashing the creature into a crater that filled immediately with boiling blood. For a time, it was annihilation. The Malphas defense grid had been built over years of constant war. Its artillery patterns were pre-calculated death geometries. Its trenches were dug in overlapping fields of fire. Its bastions had been sited to create killing zones where any assault would have to cross overlapping arcs of flame. Now those plans were put to use. Kilometer after kilometer of no man's land became a mulched slurry of mutilated bodies. Shells fell so thick that they seemed to merge into a continuous wall of fire. The roar of guns became a single, vast noise, a background thunder that subsumed all other sound. Tyranid bodies piled up in heaps, their ichor filling shell holes and turning the ashen soil into a slick morass. The swarm did not stop. It faltered. It flowed around the worst killing zones. It sent more bodies into places where the fire was lighter. It learned. After a span of minutes, Valen saw the pattern shift. "New forms," one of his spotters gasped, pressed against a periscope. "They have beasts with thicker shells, Arch-Colonel. They are moving up the low ground where the guns cannot get at them as easily. Some are leaping the trenches. Some are coming up inside them." Valen grabbed the periscope and dragged it toward himself. He saw gaunts with ridged, glossy carapaces, shrugging off glancing last hits. He saw others, leaner, with barreled chests and overdeveloped hind limbs, leaping in great arcing bounds that carried them over wire and sandbags and into the trenches themselves. He saw burrowers reappearing, not in the forward fields, but behind the first line, rupturing up in the midst of command dugouts and ammunition dumps. The enemy was adapting before his eyes. Valen's jaw clenched. "Vox!" he barked. "Get me Lord Draken!" There was a hiss of static. Then the cold growl of the Chaos Lord cut across the trench's command channel. "Arch-Colonel," Drakon said, "if you are calling to complain about the Xenos being unfair, I will arrange for you to be nailed to one of their towers as a warning to them." Valen swallowed his irritation. "My lord," he said, keeping his voice tight but level. "The forward sectors are stretched. The swarm is exploiting dead ground and burrowing through. We have holes appearing faster than I can plug them. If you grant me permission to pull back a few sectors to the secondary line, I can consolidate and hold more effectively." "You wish to trade ground for lives," Drakon said. "I told you already. We are not preserving lives. We are spending them. If we fall back a little, we can—" "You will not fall back," Drakon snapped. "You will stand where you are and feed those things every body you have. Do you know why, Valen?" Valen's grip tightened on the Vox mic. "Enlighten me, Lord," he said. "Because Karen is moving his engines into place," Drakon said. "Because Vorath is building his storms. Because every heartbeat you buy with your men's blood gives them time to anchor the real weapons. Every man who dies well buys a heartbeat for the War Master's will. That is all you are. That is all they are, heartbeats." Valen closed his eyes for a moment. "I understand," he said quietly. "I doubt that," Drakon said. "But you will act as if you do. Hold your sectors. When they break, hold the wreckage. There is nowhere to run on this world, Valen. Only places to die, more or less usefully." The line clicked dead. Sarn Valen lowered the Vox and stared out across the killing fields. "Useful, then," he murmured. "We will be useful." He raised his arm. "Forward reserves, commit," he shouted. Penal formations into the gaps. Get those heavy stubbers back into position, and if anyone so much as whispers the word retreat, shoot them and throw their bodies at the nearest monster. The defenders of Malphas Gate obeyed. Behind the trenches, Warpsmith Karen released his engines. Defilers crawled out of armored revetments, their spider legs clattering, their hulls bristling with gun barrels and blade claws. Each twisted demon engine coughed smoke that stank of sulfur and burned oil. Faces pushed against their armor from the inside, leering in rictus masks of agony. Their battle cannons elevated and boomed, hurling shells the size of men into the densest parts of the swarm. Demon-infused macro tanks rolled forward, their treads grinding crushed bone and scrap underfoot. Their hulls were bruised iron, welded together with chains and rune. Plates. Possessed machine spirits snarled through their engines, eager for slaughter. Their main guns spat high explosive death, turning clusters of gaunts and warriors into red mist. They strode and rolled into the melee, uncaring of small claws scraping at their flanks, their possessed senses drawn only toward the largest concentrations of alien life they could destroy. Kraken answered this new threat with brutality. The ground shook as Carnifex broods emerged from fresh spore impacts. The monstrous beasts hunched on thick, trunk-like limbs, their bodies plated in slabs of chitin almost as thick as tank armor. Their forelimbs were oversized hammer blows of bone, their maws crammed with redundant rows of teeth. Some bore symbiotic cannons fused to their shoulders, fleshy barrels that bloomed open to vomit clusters of living shells. Artillery beasts crawled up behind them, their backs transformed into organic mortar batteries. They planted themselves, limbs anchoring deep into the soil, and began to fire. The sky rained meat. Living shells arced through the air, trailing strings of viscous slime. Where they landed, they did not simply explode. They burst open into clouds of microscopic organisms, invisible killers that clung to skin and armor and rock. Men screamed as their flesh bubbled and ran, their skin sloughing from their bones in sheets. Tank armor hissed and sagged where the swarms ate into it, exposing crackling wiring and shrieking machine spirits beneath. Rockcrete melted, flowing into glistening puddles that reeked of rot. Defilers trudged through that rain, their armor pitted and smoking. One took a barrage of living shells square on its hull. For a moment it disappeared in a cloud of writhing, hungry mist. When it emerged, half its outer plating was gone, revealing raw warp stuff beneath. The demon within howled, its bellow rattling nearby men's teeth, and charged, its reaper claw tearing a Carnifex in half with a single blow. Vorath stood atop a bastion tower, his staff planted in a pile of skulls, and felt the shadow deepen. The Hive mind's presence pressed harder against the world, an immense cold intelligence squeezing itself down through synapse nodes and capillary towers. He could feel it in the back of his skull like the ache of an old wound. The lesser demons he had unleashed earlier writhed, their forms flickering in and out of coherence. Some clawed at their own faces as the blank hunger gnawed at them. Others simply popped, their essences snuffed out by that alien negation. Vorath watched a pack of flesh hounds tearing into a brood of gaunts suddenly falter. The hounds whined, their forms becoming translucent, their claws passing through their prey without leaving marks. One by one they winked out, leaving only the stench of brimstone and frustration. "Ah," he breathed, "so that is how you starve us." He smiled beneath his helm, even as a thin trickle of blood slid down from the corner of his eye. By the time the sky dimmed towards something that might loosely be called night, there was no true darkness left in the Malphas northern bastion. The air was a toxic haze of ash and smoke, lit from beneath by constant muzzle flashes and the dull glow of distant fires. The sun was a smudged coin behind the pall. The ground that had once been a plain of grey ash and rockcrete was now an undulating landscape of corpses. Tyranid bodies lay piled in drifts as high as bunkers, their ichor congealing into gleaming black lakes. Human and traitor corpses mixed among them, pale limbs jutting at sick angles, torn torsos half buried under alien dead. The first outer defensive lines were gone. Entire trench sectors had been overrun and swallowed, their locations marked only by the way the heaps of corpses shifted under the weight of more dead. Bunkers that had been named and cherished by their crews were now little more than shattered stumps, their internal rooms packed with mangled bodies and broken weapons, and yet the line held, only just, by the span of meters, by the stubbornness of men too terrified of what lay behind them to run, and too indoctrinated by hate to surrender, by the presence of black armored giants stalking the works, their bolters roaring, their chain blades carving, their very aura of contempt holding the mortals together like mortar. By the time Valen dragged himself back to his command post dugout, his coat was soaked in blood not his own. His boots squelched with each step. His throat was raw from shouting. His ears rang with the endless thunder of guns. He looked at the tactical slate bolted to the bunker wall. Little runes marked his regiments. So many burned out, so many flickering, so many simply gone, swallowed by static where Vox contact had been lost and never regained. He ran a filthy hand down his face and laughed once, a short, bitter sound. "We are still here," he told the slate. "You wanted heartbeats, Drakon. You have them. For now." Outside, under the ash-choked sky, the great devourer pressed closer, indifferent to the cost, unconcerned by the mountains of its own dead. The cathedral had been razed to the corpse emperor once. Its bones were still imperial. Flying buttresses, stained glass windows now shattered, vaulted ceilings that had echoed with hymns. Time and war had stripped away the piety and left only stone and steel and stubborn geometry. The Black Legion had taken that shell and filled it with new gods. The nave's vaulted roof was cracked open, the stained glass long since blasted out and replaced with sheets of patchwork armor and adamantium ribbing. Where an aquila had once spread its wings above the altar, the eye of Horus glared down instead, forged in brass and studded with spikes on which skulls slowly turned. Censers hung from chains in the aisles, spilling smoke that stank of promethium and burned blood. Beneath that watching eye, Malak Drakon stood on the altar steps and gathered his warband. Chosen warriors, their black armor etched with the scars of hundreds of campaigns, formed a ring around him. Raptors perched in the shattered remnants of balconies, jump packs idling with a low growl, chain blades dangling from their fists like the talons of raptors waiting on a cliff face. Possessed marines lurked in the shadows along the side chapels, their armor bulging with half-emerged demonic limbs, their helms split by fanged mouths that gnashed and whispered to themselves. Behind Drakon, a wedge of Terminators loomed, his personal guard, each a walking bastion of ceramite and hatred. The air around them vibrated faintly, with the hum of power fields and the dangerous impatience of men who had never been asked to do anything so dull as wait. The cathedral floor between them was crowded with lesser Chaos Marines, rabble leaders, and cult champions. They rested hands on chainswords and axes, their helms tipped back to watch Drakon with the wary admiration of wolves observing a larger predator. The shell thud of distant artillery rolled through the cathedral's fractured roof like a storm. Drakon looked over them all and felt a grim satisfaction knot in his chest. "This," he said, his voice a grinding rumble amplified by his vox, "is not a war that can be won by clinging to walls." He swept his gaze across the nave. Eyes glittered back at him, some red, some pale, some glowing with internal warp light. "The Xenos eat ground. They drink worlds. You do not hold a feast from a hungry beast by clutching the tablecloth. You take a blade and you drive it into its throat." A rough laugh came from one side of the altar. Barabbas the Flayed stepped forward, his boots crunching on the bones that had been scattered as offerings across the floor. The champion's armor was black, trimmed in brass, like all of them, but his trophy racks were heavier, burdened with flayed skins that fluttered in the draft, their edges still wet. His helm was a leering death mask, with the lower half torn away, exposing a jaw full of filed teeth. He tilted his head at Draken. "And here I thought you were the one telling our pet colonel to cling to his trenches and die in them," Barabbas said. "Hold, hold, hold, until there is nothing left to hold with." Drakon's helm turned toward him, the glow behind the lenses narrowing. "I told him to hold because nothing else he did would matter," he said. "The mortals are there to buy us time to do this." Barabbas spread his hands. "Push a spear of black armor straight into the heart of a thing that does not have a heart," he said. "Romantic. I did not know you had it in you." "You do not understand the poetry of war," Draken said. "That is why you are in the line and I stand here." Laughter rippled through the gathered Astartes, low and rough. Barabbas grinned, unchastened. "If we are spears, I want my point dipped in something interesting," he said. "Tell me, Lord Drakon, when we find the biggest beast this swarm can throw at us, do I get to keep its head? Or are you planning to nail it to your armor first and call that subtle heraldry?" Drakon stepped down one pace, the weight of his Terminator plate making the stone of the altar steps groan. "You bring down the largest monster this hive mind can throw," he said, "and its skull is yours. You can wear it as a codpiece if you like. I will not begrudge you your trophies." The warband's amusement turned sharp. The promise of a kill, of a worthy foe, lit their blood. "And if you fail," Draken added, "I will tear whatever passes for its spine out myself and beat you to death with it." Barabbas bowed with mock solemnity. "Motivating as ever," he said. A flare of warp light flickered at the cathedral's shattered doorway. Vorath the Unbound entered, his staff tapping the stone in front of him, as if to test whether. Reality was still solid. His armor was slick with drying blood in runic patterns, his helm horns wrapped in chains. Behind him shuffled a pair of acolytes, their bodies broken things held together by will and ritual, each man dragging a hololithic projector unit that hummed with captured power. "My lord," Vorath said, inclining his helm. "Shall we give the spears something to aim at?" Drakon gestured with one gauntleted hand. "Show us where to stick the knife," he said. The acolytes staggered forward and set the projectors in the center of the nave. They hissed and whined as they warmed, light spilling up from their lenses. The air above them shimmered, then resolved into a three-dimensional map of the primary fortress world's northern front. It was not a clean, luminous schematic. It was a nightmare rendered in vox light, trenches carved across the plain like open wounds. Bastions rose like broken teeth. The killing fields between them were a seething mass of red and black icons, colliding and overlapping in ways no human mind was meant to track unaided. Vorath lifted his staff. Lines of faint color spread from its tip into the hollow, snaking through the storm of icons. "Ordinary beasts," he said, indicating the shifting tide of lesser Tyranid symbols. "Claws and teeth, useful for measuring how hard our guns can hit, but not the mind, not the will. That hides here." He traced glowing lines across the map, connecting clusters of heavier Xeno signatures. "The Hive fleet's consciousness presses down through synapse creatures," he said. "Warriors, Hive tyrants, creatures bred specifically to carry command. They are knots in a larger tapestry. Cut enough of those threads, and this tendril's local coordination phrase. Not destroyed, no, but slowed, confused, less efficient." He circled a cluster of icons far behind the immediate front, on the far side of a mutilated Hive district. "I have felt something there," he murmured. A weight, a central node, not a mere tyrant. Bigger, older, the closest thing this tendril has to a real brain. Kill that, and the swarm here will thrash for a while before it remembers how to bite. Drakon studied the glowing cluster. The distance. Vorath stretched his senses, or at least mimed doing so. In truth, he had already run the numbers. From this bastion to that node, he said, through Hab ruins, collapsed spires, flooded manufactoria, and swarms thick enough to walk on, a marching column of mortals would never make it. Even we will bleed for every meter. Barabbas snorted. Bleeding is what we are for, he said. Drakon ignored him. We strike as a spearhead, he said. My core warband. Teleport into a forward point. Punch through, straight toward this node. We kill anything that moves, and everything that does not, until we reach it. We tear it down. Then we see what the swarm does when its closest thought is missing. You will draw every significant organism in range, Vorath said. The hive mind will recognize the threat and throw bodies at you until there is nothing left within reach that can move. That is the plan, Drakon said. Vorath inclined his helm. Then we must give the beast something else to focus on, he said. While you cut toward its brain, someone must hammer its teeth. The sorcerer turned his helm slightly, casting his attention toward a vox array set into one of the cathedral's pillars. Arch-Colonel, he said, you have been listening. Static hissed. Then San Valen's voice cut in, thin but controlled. I hear, he said. I'm not sure I approve. You do not have to approve, Drakon said. You have to obey. Valen made a sound that might have been a bitter laugh. What do you require, my lords? He asked, aside from the usual request that my men continue to die in aesthetically pleasing numbers. We require them to die loudly and in the right direction, Vorath said. You will open a corridor for us, not by clearing it, no. The swarm would simply flow back. You will open their eyes elsewhere. In plain terms, Drakon said, you will launch mass assaults along a wide front, away from our vector. Every mutinous regiment, every penal formation that has not yet had something interesting to do, you will throw them straight into the densest part of the swarm and have them scream as they go. You will make sure the hive mind notices. Valen was silent long enough that Khorne's favored could have counted to 10. Billions, he said at last, almost to himself, to buy a path for a few thousand. You are thinking like an Imperial still, Drakon said. Stop. You are not buying a path for us. You are buying a chance to wound a god that thinks with meat. Either we kill its brain and make it stagger, or we die and prove it is as strong as it thinks it is. Either way, the War Master learns something. Valen's voice came slower now, as if each word was being dragged up from somewhere deep and unpleasant. Very well, he said. I will call for volunteers. Barabbas barked a laugh. You will not find many, he said. I did not say they would know they were volunteering, Valen replied. Give me a span of hours and you will have your corridor of fire and flesh. If you fail, I will at least take some comfort in knowing that the Xenos had no chance to get bored before they reached you. The channel cut. Drakon turned back to his warband. You heard him, he said. The mortals will open the beast's eyes in one place. We strike its mind in another. We do not stop. We do not flank. We do not skirmish. We are not a hammer seeking a nail. We are a blade aimed at a throat. He lifted his power maul and pointed it toward the open roof, toward the ashen sky beyond. This is our crusade, he said. Not a grand wave of fleets and banners. A black crusade of one spear. Ours. The War Master wants to know whether these beasts can choke on Astartes' flesh. We will show him the answer. He dropped the maul to his side. Make ready. They made ready. On the plain beyond the cathedral, San Valen lit the match. He stood in a command redoubt dug into the side of a ruined Hab block, its upper levels long since sheared away by orbital fire. The walls shook with the footfalls of marching regiments. Vox chatter screamed in his ears. Tactical slates flickered with updates, icons shifting as units moved toward their designated slaughter grounds. "Penal Legion 9, advance," he said. "No, not that vector. They go straight at the nearest capillary tower. If they try to veer off, shoot their officers and push the bodies forward." A subordinate officer swallowed. "They will be torn apart in minutes, Arch-Colonel," he said. Valen's lips peeled back. "That is the idea," he said. "Mass hits get the Hive mind's attention. We are ringing a dinner bell. Ring it loud." Mutinous regiments that had grumbled in the rear were driven forward at bayonet point by more loyal, or at least more terrified, cadres. Shock collars on slave levies flickered and sparked, driving the rabble into the teeth of the nearest Tyranid advance. Cult thralls who had thought their devotion had purchased them a reprieve found themselves herded into the forward trenches, their chants drowned out by the thunder of guns. Valen watched the icons march toward red zones on his slate. "Spend them," he whispered. The corridors of assault opened. On one flank, a mass of shrieking bodies surged toward a hive spire that had been half consumed by capillary growths. Tyranid creatures swarmed to meet them, drawn by sheer weight of biomass. Gargoyles stooped from the sky to rake at their ranks. Gaunts poured out of spore-torn streets to catch them in crossfire. The humans died in windrows, their blood soaking the ashen ground until it turned to sucking mud. Behind that screaming distraction, Malek Draken's warband struck. Teleport flares ripped through the smoke-choked air in a crumbling Hab district a few kilometers away from the worst of the assault. Sparkling storms of displaced particles resolved into hulking Terminator forms, into power-armored silhouettes with jump packs already thundering to life, into twisted shapes where possessed tore themselves free of the warp. They appeared in the middle of a collapsing avenue between leaning Hab spires. The buildings on either side had once reached high, full of stacked lives and narrow corridors. War had gutted them. Their upper levels were broken teeth against the sky. Their interiors were black with soot. Tyranid capillary growths speared up through their foundations and out of their sides, disgorging ropes of pulsing biomatter into the open. Genestealers had infested the ruins. They came out of the broken. Doorways and shattered windows in a clatter of claws on stone. Pale, eyeless faces, maws full of needle teeth, bodies low to the ground as they scuttled with obscene speed. They poured from the shadows like a tide, having scented new blood. Draken met them head-on. His Terminators formed a wedge around him, armor locking into shield wall formation almost by instinct. Stormbolters barked, spitting streams of mass reactive death into the leading ranks of the Xenos. Genestealer bodies burst, limbs flying, ichor spraying. A few leaped high, their claws scraping across ceramite, seeking gaps at joints and seals. A Genestealer landed on Dracon's chest, its talons screeching against his breastplate. It drove its inner jaws forward, seeking his throat. Draken caught its head in his free hand and squeezed. The creature's skull caved in with a wet crunch. He flung the twitching ruin aside and stepped forward, his power maul swinging in a wide arc. The crackling head smashed through. 3 more Xenos in a single blow, pulp and bone fragments splattering across the ruined avenue. To either side, Chosen and Possessed crashed into the flood. One possessed Marine's armor had been completely sundered, his skin replaced with rippling red muscle that flowed into his bolter and blade. He screamed praises to a blood god as he tore a Genestealer in half, then used the writhing upper torso as a club against its fellows. Above, raptors leaped from balcony to balcony, chain blades screaming as they descended on clusters of Xenos emerging from upper levels. One landed in a shattered hab room where a group of cultists had been hiding, their makeshift altar overturned by the fighting. For a heartbeat, the cult thralls thought salvation had come. The raptor drove them out of the room with kicks and backhand blows, herding them screaming toward a gap in the floor that dropped straight into a tide of Tyranids surging through the levels below. "Run!" he snarled through his helm grill. "The gods are hungry. Go feed them." They ran. They died in moments, their bodies vanishing beneath claws and teeth, their blood spraying up in glorious arcs. It went on like that, room by room, corridor by corridor. Each hab level was a charnel pit. In one, the bodies of cultists and guardsmen lay in heaps around a barricade, their laser guns empty, their faces frozen in rictus. Genestealers crawled over them, burrowing into the piles to strip the meat. Draken's warband blew them apart and moved on. In another, a brood of gaunts had become trapped when the floor had collapsed under their collective weight. They churned in a pit of their own dead, snapping and hissing. Barabbas stood at the lip and emptied his bolter into them until the chamber was a slurry. On outer stairwells and in broken plazas, the Black Legion's cruelty showed itself in full. Civilians who had survived the earlier bombardments, ragged and wide-eyed, had fled into the ruins seeking any shelter. They found instead black-armored figures waiting at crossroads, directing them not toward safety, but toward the densest echoes of Tyranid movement. A sergeant with a skull painted over his helm visor seized a whimpering Habblock elder by the throat and spun him toward a street where the chittering of gaunts echoed. "You want to live?" the Marine said. "Then run that way and make sure they see you first." The man stumbled forward, clutching his meager possessions, only to be overtaken by a wave of others. Some were pushed, some were driven by gun barrels at their backs, some simply followed the herd in mindless panic. They poured into the street, just as a fresh brood of gaunts rounded the corner. The aliens did not hesitate. They tore into the refugees with the same mechanical efficiency they applied to any biomass. Flesh shredded, bones splintered, blood fountained. The first ranks of gaunts slowed as they fed. The ones behind tried to clamber over them and got snarled in the mess. For a few heartbeats, the swarm's advance in that sector was reduced to a writhing knot. From a side alley, heavy bolters opened up, chewing chunks from the Tyranid mass while it was distracted. Vorath watched from a distance as his warband carved its path. His own battlefield was the sky. He stood atop a capillary-engulfed tower, the original Hab block's upper levels long since eaten away and replaced with Tyranid biomass. The organic structure pulsed beneath his boots, sluggishly pumping fluids and spores into the tainted air. He had anchored a ritual circle into its flesh, hammered brass stakes through slick, twitching tissue, and etched runes into exposed veins. Around him, a coven of lesser sorcerers chanted. Their voices rose and fell, weaving a net of sound that tugged at the thin skin between reality and the warp. Vorath lifted his staff and stabbed it downward. "Open!" he commanded. The air above the nearest spore chimney twisted. Colors that had no place in the mortal spectrum blared across the sky. Clouds folded inside out. A howl rolled across the battlefield that no human ear could truly hear, but every mind felt. Localized warp storms bloomed. They did not look like storms. They were knots of wrongness, places where angles rebelled and distance meant nothing. Spore chimneys that had been vomiting new waves of Tyranid growth suddenly found their expelled matter bent in corkscrew paths, shredded into ribbons by impossible geometry. Beasts caught beneath those eddies were torn apart, their limbs stretched and reassembled in grotesque parodies before dissolving into raw energy. From those rents, demons poured. Screeching horrors with wings like flayed banners swooped down, their talons raking at synapse creatures. Wisps of shrieking light wrapped themselves around Tyranid heads, burrowing into their skulls, setting their nervous systems on fire. Great hounds of rage leapt onto the backs of carnifexes, their jaws closing around necks thick as trees, tearing chunks free. The hive mind reacted like a wounded animal. Zoanthropes floated up from the swarm, their bulbous craniums blazing with psychic discharge. Broodlords slunk through the ruins, their minds knives of cold intellect. Together they focused the Hive fleet's glare. Lances of invisible force stabbed back along the threads Vorath and his coven had woven. One of the lesser sorcerers beside him stiffened. His teeth cracked in his jaw. Blood streamed from his eyes, his ears, the pores of his skin. He screamed once, a thin, rising noise. Then his skull exploded, showering bone fragments and brain across the ritual circle. His body toppled, headless, the stump of his neck smoking. Another doubled over, his spine snapping backward in an impossible angle. His soul was yanked from his body so hard that it tore, ragged echoes streaming behind it as the Hive mind's counterattack ripped it apart mid-flight. Vorath gritted his teeth. The psychic backlash hit him like a wall of razor-edged glass. His wards flared, sigils on his armor burning bright as they bled energy. He braced his staff against the pulsing flesh beneath him. "Good," he hissed through the pain. "Show me your claws." He forced the warp storms to hold for a few more precious heartbeats, shredding another cluster of spore chimneys, before he let the wounds in reality close with a snap. On the ground, Malak Draken waded deeper into the tide. The Hab spires had become less structures and more scaffolding for Tyranid growths. Capillary veins crawled up their sides, pumping more of the swarm's flesh into the upper levels. Draken's path took him through a plaza, whose center had been transformed into a breeding pit, raw biomass slopping from open sacks into waiting creatures. A Tyranid warrior alpha waited for him there. It stood taller than a Terminator, its body a lattice of muscle and chitin. Its arms ended in bioblades, long as a man was tall, their edges serrated and dripping with venom. Gun symbiotes jutted from its shoulders, their fleshy barrels twitching toward new targets. Its head was crested with a bony plate, its eyes cold, alien pits of black. Around it, lesser warriors and gaunts swarmed, forming a living wall. Drakon shouldered through that wall, his terminators breaking it in a storm of bolt fire and chainblade teeth. He smashed aside a warrior with a blow of his maul that shattered its ribcage and sent it tumbling. Gaunts clambered up his legs, their claws screeching against his armor, only to be pulped under the swings of his guard. The Alpha leaped. It crossed the distance in a single bound, its blades flashing. One blade slammed into Draken's raised pauldron, carving a long gouge through the ceramite. The impact drove him down to one knee. Warning runes flared across his helm display. The other blade stabbed for his helm, seeking his eye lenses. Drakon roared and twisted. The blade glanced off his gorget, slicing through a horn decoration and trailing sparks. He swung his power maul up, catching the warrior square in the torso. The head of the weapon flared, the force field around it detonating in a burst that snapped chitin and shattered organ sacs. The warrior reeled, its chest a crater of broken armor and exposed bone. It did not fall. It brought one blade down in a vicious arc, hacking into Draken's left greave. The blow bit deep, tearing through plate and biting into the flesh beneath. The Chaos Lord felt the bite in a distant, muffled way, through layers of gene-enhanced redundancy and the hum of pain dampeners. Black, almost tar-thick blood spilled down his boot and into the mud. He laughed. "You think you can unmake me with steel?" he snarled. He flexed the grips of his chain fist. The weapon whirred to life with a howl of spinning teeth. He slammed it forward, straight into the warrior's midsection. The chain fist chewed through chitin like rotten wood, then hit spine. Bone screamed. The warrior shrieked in a pitch that set lesser beasts cringing. Drakon leaned in, driving the chain fist deeper, pushing until his arm was buried up to the elbow in alien guts. The teeth ground through the spinal column, sending fragments flying in a spray of gore. The beast went limp, its limbs twitching. Drakon ripped his arm free. Loops of slick intestine and torn nerve bundles came with it, slapping wetly onto the ground. The warrior sagged and collapsed, its body smashing into the churned mud of the plaza, splashing ichor across Drakon's armor. He stamped one massive boot on its skull as he passed, crushing it with a wet pop. "Barabbas," he voxed, his tone amused. "You are losing your chance. I am already taking heads." "Keep your scraps," Barabbas shot back, somewhere deeper in the ruins, his words punctuated by the repeated boom of a combi weapon. "I will find something bigger." Vorath, high above, turned his attention past the immediate storms and duels. He let his mind stretch along the threads of synapse he had felt earlier, following the tug of the strongest signals. Through the haze of battle, through the roar of localized psychic exchanges, there was a deeper thrum, a bass note in the choir of the Hive mind, steady and powerful. He followed it. Images flickered behind his eyes, a mountain range smothered in creeping chitin, valleys filled with digestion pools, forests of spore chimneys. At the center of that infestation, where once a hive city had stood, something else had taken root. He saw a tower, not a tower of stone or steel, a pillar of living flesh, of knotted nerves and hardened bone. It rose higher than the ruins around it, a colossal column of chitin plates and pulsing translucent membranes. Tendrils spread from its base, burrowing deep into the planet's crust, drawing up minerals and toxins and the shrieking remnants of the world's own biosphere. The air around, it shimmered with psychic discharge, sheets of unseen lightning playing between its upper ridges. Vorath opened his eyes. The afterimage of that structure burned in his vision, superimposed over the ruin around him. He laughed, low and delighted. "Found you," he whispered. He jabbed a finger at the hololithic slate clipped to his armor. A copy of the world map flickered into life, pale and shaky. "There," he said, voxing to Draken, Karen, and any other who mattered. "A synapse node larger than any tyrant, rooted into the world. A living tower. That is the tendril's brain. Take it, and the swarm here will flail like a headless serpent." Draken's reply came back, thick with battle noise. "Then we cut our way to it," he said. Vorath nodded to himself, alone atop his twitching alien perch. "The war for this world will be decided at that tower," he said softly. "Either we topple it, or it stands upon our bones." From orbit, the world looked like it was rotting alive. Void-picked relays drifted in high station above Malphas Gate's primary fortress sphere, their lenses crusted with dust and the frozen blood of past battles. They stared down now at a surface that no longer resembled a planet so much as a slow disaster, a wound left to fester. Continents writhed. What had once been grey ash plains and hive spreads were now shifting carpets of chitin. Swarms moved across them in bands of darker color, living rivers flowing around bastion lines and over old mountain chains. Where the Tyranids had settled deepest, those rivers pooled into broad deltas of writhing flesh, brood nests heaping up in knotted mounds from which more beasts boiled ceaselessly. Oceans had changed color. The largest seas, already choked with refinery filth and runoff, were now the slick green of infection. Great circular formations floated upon them, like ulcers on diseased skin. Digestion pools, kilometers wide, bubbled and frothed as pulped biomass was, poured in from capillary tubes that reached down from orbit like the roots of some obscene fungus. Whole regions of coastline were gone, their rock ground down and fed into those reeking vats. Hive cities stood half-consumed. From above, they looked like broken teeth jutting from a jaw of meat. Spires that had once bristled with vox masts and weapon towers now extruded Tyranid growths instead. Spore chimneys rose from gutted hab blocks, spearing into the sky, pumping clouds of spores and pheromones into an atmosphere already choking on ash and propellant fumes. Where chimneys clustered, the air itself looked bruised, streaked with sickly colors that were not simply smog. From his command redoubt, far below, Sarn Valen saw none of the beauty of that ruin. He saw only runes. The central strategium of Malphas' Northern Command had been dug into the bedrock beneath an old refinery complex. Its walls were reinforced with layers of ceramite and warded steel. Its air was thick with the smell of sweat and promethium filtered through a dozen rebreather systems that had not been properly cleansed in years. Vox arrays lined one wall, a forest of antennae and cables. Tactical slates were slotted into banks of cogitators along the others, their surfaces flickering with unit icons and target grids. Valen's voice had turned to gravel hours ago. He spoke anyway. "Shift the orbital strike pattern," he rasped. "Bastion line 3 through 7 is already overrun. There is nothing there left to save. Mark the coordinates for lance bombardment. Signal the Void captains that they are permitted to burn as hot as they like, provided the shots land on my marks." An aide, his eyes ringed with exhaustion, bruises, hesitated. "Arch-Colonel, there are still friendly units reporting from... If they are still talking, they are still able to pray," Valen snapped. "The gods will hear them just as well from a pile of ash. Fire." The aide swallowed and relayed the command. Seconds later, the bunker shook. Not from anything nearby, but from something much larger reaching down from the edge of the sky. Lance batteries on gun moons and heavy cruisers spat spears of light into the upper atmosphere. 2 heartbeats, 3, and those spears touched Malphas. Somewhere beyond the horizon, a portion of the world ceased to exist in any form that could be called solid. Rock vaporized, steel flashed to gas. Tyranid flesh, human flesh, armor, soil, all became expanding plasma for a glorious instant, then cooling glass and drifting dust. "Artillery grid, Delta Recalc," Valen coughed. "Reroute the basilisks on the eastern plateau. The swarm is thickening around that capillary cluster. I want every shell we can spare landing there. Load chemical agents into the mortar batteries. If the wind shifts and blows it back into our lines, too bad. Our men can die choking just as well as screaming. The gods do not care how the blood flows." He ignored the way the officers around him paled. Regiment markers crawled across the tactical slate in front of him. Some simply dissolved, icons flickering, and then going dark as Vox contact was lost under the Tyranid tide. Others burned amber, indicating formations at less than half surviving strength. Valen watched them with a strange calm. "Spend them," he told himself, barely aware he was speaking aloud. "Spend them all." On the plains north of the Hive ruins, the blasphemous ascendant walked. Once, in a more honest age of the Imperium's lies, the machine had been a warlord-class titan. It had strode in battle groups with its brothers, hurling macroplasma and artillery at foes that still believed in the dignity of armor and ballistic trajectories. Now it was something else. Corruption had eaten into its hull. Its god engines had been opened like veins. Where once imperial sigils had etched its adamantine plates, now the Eye of Horus and the sigils of the Dark Mechanicum burned. Demonic faces bulged from its armor, whispering and laughing. Rivers of brass had been poured down its flanks in half-cooled cascades, forming frozen tiers of metal. It strode through the swarm, and each step was a massacre. Its feet were plates bigger than hab blocks. When they came down, whole broods vanished beneath them, crushed to paste. Gaunts popped like insects. Warriors shattered. Even carnifexes buckled, their spines snapping under the descending weight. The blasphemous Ascendant's battle cannon mounts tracked and roared of their own accord, vomiting shells the size of tanks into the densest concentrations of enemy beasts. Living biotitans moved to meet it. Hierodules, their hulking forms bristling with organic cannons and crushing claws, clambered over ruined habs and burst through armored walls to reach the demon engine. Their bioplasma weapons lit the air around the warlord's legs in ropes of searing light, eating armor and flesh alike. The Ascendant bellowed. It was not the sound of engines. It was the sound of rage given breath, a vast guttural roar that rattled the teeth of men huddled in trenches kilometers away. It answered plasma with hellfire, directing a volcano cannon blast that cored a hierodule, punching a smoking tunnel straight through its torso and vaporizing everything inside. The beast staggered, took 3 more steps out of stubborn inertia, then collapsed, its guts sloughing out in a tide of reeking matter. A second Bio-Titan leapt, impossibly agile for its size, and sank its claws into the blasphemous Ascendant's chest plating. It tore, ripping away slabs of metal and exposing a breast full of spinning cogs and snarling demons. Warp fire gouted out, washing over the Tyranid's face. Chitin split, eyes boiled. The demons clawed their way into the creature, ripping their own exit holes moments later, dragging ropes of offal with them. The ground for kilometers around had ceased to be proper ground. Every trench, every crater, every ruined avenue had turned into a conduit for the flows of battle. Rivers of chitin and blood carved new channels across the landscape, changing direction with each fresh push of the swarm. The blasphemous Ascendant waded through them, its ankle pistons clogged with corpses, its plating slick with ichor. Above it all, the sky turned black a second time. Gargoyles came like a storm, not the squads and broods of earlier waves. This was a cloud. The horizon darkened as they came, a rolling mass of winged shapes that blotted out the weak light. Their shrieks blended into a single high keening note that soared at nerves. Vox traffic dissolved into static as their bodies and bio-generated interference choked the frequencies. Auspex beams flickered and died. They fell upon the trenches and bastions like a skin of living knives. Men screamed as they were lifted from fire steps by talons that sank into flesh and armor, torn apart in mid-air and dropped in shredded pieces. Heavy weapon teams found their positions overrun by flapping bodies, muzzles clogged by dead and dying creatures, barrels bent by the sheer press. Some gargoyles did not attack at all, simply crashing into vox masts and sensor arrays, their bodies bursting into showers of corrosive fluid that fried electronics. On the ground, the swarm moved under that cover. The earth itself trembled. Tunneling forms, far larger than the burrowers that had plagued the first lines, moved beneath the crust. Morlocks, their worm-like bodies bristling with plates, their maws ringed with serried teeth, ploughed through rock and buried hab foundations with equal ease. They sensed concentrations of artillery by vibration and smell, and the faint psychic pressure of so many souls clustered together. One artillery park on the eastern ridge was in the middle of reloading when the first Morlock erupted. The ground split open under a line of basilisks. The tanks toppled as the soil beneath them turned to liquid and upward exploding flesh. The Morlock's head burst through, its circular maw gulping down men, equipment, and vehicles alike. Whole basilisks vanished, their hulls folding like tin as the pressure of closing plates crushed them. Shells detonated inside the beast, blowing chunks from its throat, but it persisted, its horrible hunger overriding pain. A second Morlock tore up beneath a battery of heavy mortars, swallowing half the battery and flinging the rest into the air. Men were hurled like rag dolls, their limbs snapping, their bodies breaking on the wreckage. In that chaos, Draken's spearhead pushed on. They moved through a world that no longer had the decency to keep its dead still. The ground beneath their boots squelched and shifted. Rivers of liquefied corpses and melted armor flowed around their ankles, swirling with fragments of bone and shattered ceramite. Every step broke something, whether Tyranid carapace or human ribcage, raptors and warp. Talons leapt ahead, black meteors with the eye of Horus burning on their armor. Their jump packs screamed, trails of exhaust cutting through spore clouds. They descended into clusters of monstrous creatures, their lightning claws crackling, their chain blades shrieking. Wherever they landed, the swarm convulsed, bodies flung apart by the sudden concentrated violence. One raptor slammed down on the back of a carnifex, his claws punching through chitin and into the pulsing organ sacs beneath. He rode the thrashing beast as it staggered, carving at its neck, screaming with exhilaration as its lifeblood fountained up around him. When the Carnifex finally collapsed, he used its corpse as a springboard to hurl himself into the next knot of creatures. Behind that brutal vanguard, the bulk of Draken's force advanced step by bloody step, bolters firing until the barrels smoked, chain weapons clogging with meat. Somewhere amid that vast grind, a single man realized the truth of his place. He was a cultist. He did not think of himself as such. In his head, he was a soldier of the true war, one who had cast off the lies of the Aquila and embraced the Eye. His name had been important once. In the trench registers, he was a number. In the eyes of his masters, he was another body with a gun and a throat to shout with. He marched now in ranks of other men like him, down a valley already half filled with bodies. On either side, the valley walls rose steep and jagged, broken hab foundations and collapsed manufactoria forming terraces of rubble. Ahead, the sky flickered with spore fire. Somewhere beyond the next rise, the swarm waited, its chittering carried back on the wind. He had believed, when the order came, that this was a flanking maneuver, that they were clever, that they would come at the Xenos from an unexpected angle, that they would break them where they least expected. Then he saw the shapes on the ridgeline, black armored giants watching from above, not aiming their bolters at the valley floor, not preparing to support, watching. He saw the arcs of artillery fire adjusting overhead. Shells that had been falling ahead of them now began to bracket their own column, hemming them in. His heart sank with sick clarity. "This is wrong," he muttered. The man next to him, his face hidden behind a crudely painted mask, laughed. "Everything is wrong now," he said. "That is the point." The cultist shook his head. "They are not sending us to attack," he said. "They are sending us to fill space." He looked up again, and for a moment, between clouds of spore smoke and last fire glare, he thought he saw the silhouette of a ship far above, weapon ports already glowing. "They are feeding us to both sides," he whispered. The first wave of gaunts hit the front ranks, coming up from the valley's far end in a churning wall. Men screamed and fired, their last beams lost in the mass. Claws sliced through flak armor, teeth tore into throats. The line buckled. From behind, shells began to fall, not on the Tyranids, not yet, but along the edges of the valley, punching walls of shrapnel into any who tried to scramble up the slopes. Chemical canisters burst, spilling rolling clouds of choking green mist that burned lungs and eyes. The cultist coughed, his eyes streaming. Above the sound of the guns and the shrieks, he heard a different voice, echoing from half-broken vox horns along the valley sides. "Let the galaxy watch. The long war devours all things that dare to devour us." He screamed up at the invisible ships. "Devour this, then," he roared, spitting blood. "Come down here and eat it yourself, despoiler. Come down here and choke on it." A gaunt took him from the side, its talons punching through his ribs. His curse died in a spray of scarlet. He felt himself hit the churned ground. His last sight was a shard of sky, stained green and black. His body lay there as others trampled. Over it, falling, dying, clogging the valley until the living had no room to move, and the dead formed the only barrier between Tyranid teeth and chaos guns. Elsewhere, where the swarm's presence was deepest, Draken ordered a different sacrifice. Captured Imperial loyalists, scraped from the first shattered garrisons when Malphas fell, were dragged in chains toward one of the largest digestion pools. They had been kept alive for this purpose, their faith painstakingly broken and rebroken, their wills eroded. Now, gagged and wide-eyed, they were shoved to the edge of a pit that yawned like a wound in the earth. The pool below was a seething mass of liquefied biomass. Limbs, bone, armor fragments, all were subsumed into a thick, bubbling slurry that steamed in the poisoned air. Capillary tubes fed into it from above, disgorging more bodies at a steady rate. Vorath stood at the brink, staff in hand. Runes glowed along its length. He had carved sigils into the rock around the pool, each one a hook sunk into the fabric of reality. "Into the vat," Draken said. His terminators pushed. The loyalists tumbled, flailing, into the churning gore. Some disappeared instantly, dragged under by unseen currents. Others surfaced briefly, mouths open in soundless screams as the enzymes began to dissolve them. Flesh slipped from bone. Eyes melted in their sockets. Vorath began to chant. The words were not of any human tongue. They were sounds that tasted of old graves and the first moments of the eyes opening. The air shivered. The digestion pool glowed from within. Its sick green glare turned briefly to a deep, bruised purple. He poured warp taint into the biomass. Demons reached out greedily, their claws brushing the surface, their essence mingling with the slurry. Not enough to birth full entities here. The hive mind's shadow smothered such efforts, but enough to corrupt, enough to twist. "Drink this," Vorath murmured to the hovering consciousness that pressed down upon the world. "See how it sits in your gut." The hive fleet did not consciously choose what it absorbed. It could not help but draw that tainted soup into its capillary roots, pumping corrupted biomass up into its growth vats and spawning chambers.
Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Support really helps.
Vorath felt the first consequences minutes later. On the front lines, new broods began to emerge. They were wrong. At a distance, they looked like gaunts, or warriors, or small bioartillery forms. But their limbs bent in strange places. Their carapaces shivered with flickers of warp light. Eyes glowed with colors that had no place in simple predator gaze. Some spat streams of matter that burned with unclean flame, igniting whatever they struck in fires that screamed. They charged. Some performed as expected, tearing into chaos lines with hideous new efficiency. Others did not reach the enemy at all. Their forms bulged. Bones grew too fast for flesh. Muscles knotted and then unraveled. One brood of gaunts, simply, popped, each beast exploding into a cloud of gore and fragments mid-stride, showering the ground with chunks. Another wave of warped creatures emerged, their heads swollen with excess brain tissue. Their psychic screams killed as they went, bursting mortal skulls like overripe fruit. Then, abruptly, their own heads imploded, crushed by the pressure of too much power in vessels not built to hold it. Vorath tasted the hive mind's discomfort. It pulsed, an irritated throb in the warp. Not anger, not fear. Those would imply a sense of ego he was not sure it possessed. This was the sensation of a mind encountering data that did not fit its established patterns. He laughed. "You ate our gods," he whispered. "Did you think they would go down quietly?" Kraken adjusted. The flawed broods were culled with appalling efficiency. Synapse creatures focused and sent a simple command. Beasts that had been spawned moments ago found their bodies turning inward on themselves. Enzymes triggered, dissolving unstable tissues from within. Limbs sloughed away, organs liquefied. Their biomass collapsed, becoming sludge once more. Anything that still twitched was trampled under the feet of more stable organisms. The hive fleet reabsorbed that grotesque mess through feeder tendrils and capillary roots, processing it with cold thoroughness. The next wave of new forms bore fewer visible mutations. They were still different. Their carapaces were thicker. Their neural pathways had subtle redundancies built in, channels that allowed psychic energy to bleed away before it could overload them. Patches of their flesh seemed inert, dead zones that did not quite sit right in the warp, insulating them fractionally from direct demonic influence. They came on in greater numbers. Vorath watched them through a swarm-wreathed viewport, felt their presence grinding against his senses. "Well," he said softly, "you learn quickly. Let us see whose hunger is more patient." On the surface, the war had eaten so much that it had begun to change the world's very shape. Rivers that had once carried industrial waste now flowed red-black with blood and Tyranid ichor. New channels had been carved by the sheer volume of bodies sliding downhill. Gutters of chitin and mangled flesh poured into low ground by relentless pressure. Seas of congealing gore filled old impact craters and mine pits, their surfaces a skin of scum that twitched when new corpses broke through from beneath. Everywhere, corpses, men in traitor uniforms, cultists, loyalists who had died cursing, Tyranid beasts of every size, from tiny feeding organisms to titanic monsters whose carcasses formed hills. Billions upon billions had already fallen, their individual stories swallowed by the enormous arithmetic of the Hive fleet's advance and the Black Legion's refusal to yield. In the distance, beyond those rivers of chitin and those seas of blood, the Synapse Tower loomed, even through smoke and smog, even through veils of drifting spore clouds and the silhouettes of capillary chimneys, it was visible. A mountain of living matter, its flanks armored in overlapping plates, its surface crawling with lesser creatures that maintained and defended it. Lightning of an unseen color played around its crown, sheet flashes of psychic discharge that rippled across the low clouds. Draken's warband had drawn closer, but not close enough. Every meter won had been bought with lives and armor and effort that would have broken lesser forces. They had gouged a scar through the swarm, a black wound in the Tyranid tide, lined with piles of dead. Yet between them and the tower still stretched a landscape that wanted only to consume them. The war for Malphas Gate had reached a scale where even gods might blink. Neither side could afford to. To the mind that sprawled across the dark between stars, Malphas Gate was not a fortress, nor a name, nor a history. It was a knot, a slowing of flow, a hardening of channels, nutrient and biomass that should have moved smoothly from one consumed volume to the next, tangled there. The knot glowed in the hive mind's vast perception as a dense tangle of resistance, a protrusion of stubborn structure in the smooth map of future consumption. The primary synapse node of the tendril that reached toward Malphas Gate did not think about this in words. It did not truly think at all, as any lesser creature might recognize the term. It processed, compared, adjusted. It existed as Malphas' tendril apex, a braided convergence of synaptic currents floating amid organic voidcraft, its neural mass suspended in a bladder of nutrient gel, and tendrils running from its flesh into 1,000 living conduits. Through it, the hive mind focused. It tasted the world below in layers, the chemical tang of atmosphere rich with toxins and industrial residue, the static prickle of machine emissions, the hot, frantic flare of countless small minds, burning themselves out in fear and rage, the steady thrum of larger nodes, synapse beasts already rooted planetside. The gate was a knot, and within it, at many points, hard grains resisted digestion. One, in particular, stood out. In the churn of slaughter, along the spear path that led toward the towering synapse pillar, Malek Draken was not a name, not a warrior, not a man. He was a pattern, a spike of density in the river of slaughter. Wherever he moved, the flow of biomass changed. Swarms died in distinctive ways. The tide of corpses thickened around him in shapes that repeated across battles. The hive mind marked that spike. It analyzed the angles and velocities of impact around him, the way gaunts died, the way warriors fell. It traced the ripples his presence sent through the local synapse network, the way broods faltered when he struck their controlling nodes. It registered his spearhead as a persistent vector of loss, a wound in the advancing front. Directive: eliminate. Directive: study. Patterns that troubled the smooth advance were not simply to be crushed. They were to be incorporated. The Hive fleet's purpose was not mindless chewing. It was perfection of hunger. That which slowed the feeding must be understood, and then used. Around Malphas' tendril apex, streams of data flowed in from lesser nodes. Warp interference, deviations in synapse stability, regions where demons had torn through, leaving behind ragged currents in the immaterium. Regions where the warp's own storms, the bleed of the eye, made the usual psychic channels flare and fray. The tendril's mind examined these. The warp was not an enemy, not as the Hive mind understood such notions. It was an obstacle and a pathway, a medium through which signals moved. In other parts of the galaxy, it was a predictable hostility, a constant toxin whose dose had been accounted for. Here, near the eye, that toxin boiled. Tyranid organisms bred for psychic conduction faltered at its edge. Gaunts convulsed and ran in circles when demon lightning crawled over the front lines, their minds snarled by contradictory impulses. Lesser synapse beasts went dark, their neural tissue burned by sudden surges when sorcerous storms tore open and closed again. Higher nodes endured, but at cost. Their thoughts had to push through a turbulent sea. Malphas' tendril apex adjusted vectors within itself. Deep in the biovats of distant vessels, glands began to fire. New sequences uncoiled within genetic helixes, guided by old adaptive memories and new data. Carapaces thickened in models, not simply against kinetic force, but against psychic surge. Zones within organ structures were flagged for null influence, patches of deadened, unreactive tissue to be grown, where warp touch tended to bite deepest. Creatures took shape in concept long before their bodies existed. Gaunts with plates veined in strange, inert materials, intended to dampen the worst of the chaos storm. Warriors with layered skull casings to diffuse direct psychic impact. Synapse beasts with redundant cross-woven neural paths, allowing thought to reroute around burned segments. If the tendril survived this feeding, those sequences would spread. If it did not, they would be forgotten as a failed experiment, their potential reabsorbed into the ocean of possibility. Far from Malphas, in the dark between galactic arms where no human gaze would ever fall, a Norn queen hung in its chamber of fluid and bone and thought. It was a mountain of meat and mind. Its body was cocooned in membranes, suspended in a womb built of its own secretions. Spines as long as city towers extended from its mass into the living walls of its spawning ship, carrying tendrils of nerve and vein and the faint glow of bioelectric data. Through those links, the queen tasted Malphas. Synaptic feedback pulsed along its limbs. It sensed the sudden flares where Malphas' tendril apex forced more thought into a contested front. It registered areas of comparative ease, where biomass flowed smoothly into digestion pools, and zones of difficulty, where resistance was stubborn and costly. It processed reports from nodes that had attempted to interface with the warp near Malphas and been disrupted. Where Malphas sent annoyance, the Norn Queen sent teeth. New adaptation strands unrolled from its core like tongues. Vents opened along its flanks, expelling clouds of microorganisms into the surrounding vats. Those organisms carried stripped-down copies of the new patterns: psychoreactive dampening, warp-insulated tissues, metabolic pathways designed to process corrupted biomass without poisoning the whole. Those strands would bloom into full broods only if Malphas' tendril apex demanded them. The Queen did not waste. Each adaptation was a cost. Each cost was weighed against the promise of more worlds consumed if the tendril lived, more stars dimmed. On the surface, one of the higher nodes directed the cutting of the air. Node Alpha Malphas, a Hive tyrant whose synaptic reach extended across a quarter of the northern front, moved through the ruins of a Hive city like a conductor stalking his orchestra. It towered above the swarm, its crest sweeping, its limbs ending in a mixture of blade and gun and manipulator organ. Its mind was a focus, a flame within the larger fire of the Hive. It did not see streets or buildings. It saw flow. Here, In a narrow avenue between toppled spires, gaunts clustered too thickly. Their bodies blocked each other, their claws tangling as they tried to reach the trench mouths where traitor guns still spat. Node Alpha Malphas tasted the pattern, dismissed it as inefficient, and sent a pulse along the synaptic network. The front ranks died. They did not fall to enemy fire. Their own bodies simply shut down, muscles freezing, hearts stilling. They collapsed, a carpet of meat. The broods behind them flowed over that carpet, paws and claws finding purchase on their fallen nestmates, bounding forward without the friction of too many living bodies in one place. Elsewhere, on a flank where the swarm pressed against a bastion line and achieved kills faster than it could feed, the tyrant sensed waste. It drew gaunts away from that overkill point, redirecting them along old maintenance tunnels and collapsed maglev lines toward a weaker segment in the enemy's web, where traitor artillery had left gaps and reserves were thin. Its command did not feel like words. It was more akin to the opening and closing of valves, the tightening of muscles, the redirection of blood. Patterns shifted. In some places, its adjustments fed directly into Malphas' tendril apex. In others, they echoed back from the larger node, the whole mind using the tyrant as both mouth and ear. Node Alpha Malphas did not resent being used. It did not feel. It existed as a particularly sharp tooth in the maw. That was enough. The hive mind's cruelty emerged in those adjustments. A brood of carnifexes, 12 strong, had been routed toward one of the Black Legion's more heavily defended bastions. Their thick armor and brute force had broken several defensive positions, leaving gaps in the traitor line. A return pulse came down from Malphas' tendril apex. Directive: maintain overexposure. The carnifexes received no order to withdraw or spread. They were driven deeper into the curtain of chaos fire. Macro cannon shells from the blasphemous ascendant hammered into them. Demon-infused ordnance tore chunks from their flanks, leaving ragged cavities where organs spilled and vaporized. Sorcerous bolts flayed at their psychic echoes, making their minds shriek. They died. Their sensory organs burned out, feeding data back along their failing nerves. Their tissues, saturated with warp taint, were catalogued on the fly. Some organs burst under the assault, their destructive patterns recorded. Others endured longer, their resilience noted. Deep within Malphas, tendril apex and further back within the Norn Queen, the information slotted into new schematics. The brood's sacrifice was no tragedy. It was a test. The next generation would carry the lessons in their flesh. Elsewhere, feeders pumped another form of new knowledge. The digestion pools saturated with chaos corruption were problematic. The biomass they supplied was unstable. Certain biochemical chains, when fed into standard gestation vats, produced organisms prone to spontaneous failure. Spire shapes folded wrong. Limbs grew in ways that impaired mobility. Brains ignited. Malphas' tendril apex flagged those results, not simply as failures but as possibilities. The volatile byproducts of corrupted biomass burned hot. Some of the unstable compounds carried within them the seeds of explosive transformation. They could be seeded in sacs, designed to rupture under specific stimuli. The hive mind noted that a small number of the warped gaunts had detonated in mid-sprint with enough force to strip ceramite from armor. Noted and filed. Future broods, in other wars, might include lines bred specifically to carry such unstable organs, to run until their hearts gave out and their bodies became bombs. Other strains might incorporate the warp-tainted chains into internal reactors, generating more energy than ordinary flesh could. The tendril did not have the luxury of breeding entire generations of such specialized beasts now. It was busy surviving. But the information was there, in the deep layers of its genetic memory. Threats were listed as well. In its constant scanning of the war around Malphas, Malphas' tendril apex brushed against something that was not storm, not ordinary warp pollution. A hole. Not an absence like the blank of a pariah, but an inverted pressure, a peak in the maelstrom, a towering spike of will wrapped in layers of violence and devotion, and a long, ugly history of slaughter. Where that presence passed, demons prowled more eagerly. Mortal minds broke more easily. The flow of the battle shifted. The hive mind touched it, lightly. It met resistance. Not a barrier, but a counter-presence. A determination that did not yield. It did not understand the concepts of pride, or hate, or ambition. It understood only that here was a locus that bent the local environment around itself in ways that interfered with smooth feeding. The shape of that mind, that node of stubborn will, was recorded. Its position, relative weight, influence on local patterns. The label assigned was not a name, for the hive mind did not care about such things. It was an indicator of priority, strategic threat vector, persisting, dangerous, to be avoided where cost outweighed gain, to be swarmed where opportunity arose. Abaddon the Despoiler entered the hive mind's vast plan, not as a person, but as a spike in its own version of a map, a black star in the roiling sea of consumption. Elsewhere within that sea, on a tower of stone and chitin, Vorath the Unbound reeled. He had reached too far. His consciousness had brushed the edge of the hive mind's awareness, not simply the local tendril, but the deeper ocean from which it rose. For a heartbeat stretched into something longer. He saw as it saw, not through eyes, but through the sum of countless sensory organs and psychic feelers spread across a galactic arm. He saw tendrils, dozens, scores, hundreds of them, each one a sweeping motion of thought and flesh. Some were thick and healthy, plunging into regions of bright biomass, leaving behind dark trails of dead worlds. Others were thinner, harried by lights that flared and struck and burned sections from their length. Here, an imperial crusade pushed hard enough to sever a smaller branch. There, an orc empire chopped and chewed at a feeding strand, turning a section of the swarm into another kind of fight. Beyond those further still, enormous masses lurked, main bodies not yet fully committed, waiting in the dark, digesting the knowledge sent back from forward tendrils. Malphas was one knot among countless. Vorath's breath rasped inside his helm. His hands shook on his staff. Blood ran from his nostrils and the corners of his eyes, soaking into the seals of his armor. The vision tore at him, the sheer scale of the thing making his own sorcerous arrogance feel suddenly thin. He laughed anyway, because the alternative was something like fear, and he had long ago taught himself that laughter was sharper. "So that is what you are," he whispered to the unseen presence pressing down on the world. Not a monster, not a single beast, a habit, a reflex, the galaxy's own urge to eat its children. He saw, in that imperfect glimpse, the mirror of the long war. Two immensities gnawing at the same carcass from different ends, each occasionally noticing the other's teeth. He swayed and almost fell from his perch. "Malphas is a mouthful," he muttered, forcing his thoughts back into the confines of his skull. "A test. You chew us, we poison you. We cut you, you learn the shape of the blade. Mutual consumption." He felt the shadow deepen as the synapse tower far ahead drew more of the hive mind's focus. Malphas' tendril apex poured thought into that pillar. The tower had already been a psychic beacon. Now it became a lighthouse of mind-shredding intensity. New conduits grew along its flanks, thick cords of nerve and nutrient stretching from its core into fresh growths atop nearby capillary mounds. Lesser synapse creatures climbed its sides and fused into its flesh, their own nodal capacities added to the whole. Waves of invisible pressure rolled out from it. Lesser human psychers, hidden in trench sanctums or chained in bunkers, burst like ticks when those waves passed. Their minds could not endure the weight. Their skulls cracked, grey matter liquefying and seeping from eyes and ears and mouths. Mortals with the slightest flicker of sensitivity felt. Headaches blossom into agony, fell to their knees clutching their heads, screaming without understanding why. Demons, already uneasy under the constant blank hunger, felt their anchors fray further. Some winked out, their hold on reality slipping entirely. Others became thinner, their forms more erratic, their howls edged with a note of panic. Tyranid organisms near the tower stiffened. Gaunts that had been faltering under chaos fire straightened and charged with renewed coordination. Warriors that had been fighting in disjointed clumps suddenly moved as one, their strikes and shots aligning for maximal effect. Larger beasts weathered sorcerous storms with greater resilience, their minds buoyed by the tower's reinforcement. The knot of Malphas tightened, but so did the hive mind's grip upon the strands that needed cutting. The tower shone in the invisible spectrum of thought, a jagged pillar of purpose rising from a world half dissolved in its own blood. The mind that owned, it did not care that the seas below were red, that the rivers ran thick with armor fragments and shattered bone, that the air was a soup of toxins and spore and ash. It cared only that the knot yet resisted, that the spike of Astartes' slaughter still chewed at its edges. Malphas' tendril apex pressed more of itself down through the tower. The synaptic flood intensified. The devourer leaned in. The sky above Malphas' gate tore itself open. Warp lightning spidered across the firmament, a wound in the upper dark that bled colors no sane eye should see. Clouds boiled away from that wound, sucked upward as if the heavens themselves were being inhaled. Vox nets shrieked with static. Demons howled in the ears of sensitives and madmen. For a heartbeat, every soul on the world felt their thoughts hitch, as if something enormous had just stepped into the room behind them. Then the flagship came. It did not glide. It arrived. One moment, there was only the shuddering warp scar in high orbit. The next, it was filled by a battleship so vast it seemed to eclipse the world beneath. Its hull was a continent of black iron and gold, plated in armor older than the current age of the Imperium. Its prow was a brutal wedge, its flanks studded with gun decks whose barrels alone were the size of lesser vessels. Sigils crawled along its spine, great brass eyes of Horus set into the plating like the gaze of a dead god. Void shields flared into being around it, shedding warp frost into glittering halos. The translation shock rolled down into the atmosphere, making the air vibrate in trenches and command bunkers. Men looked up instinctively, though they could not see the ship through the layers of cloud and smoke. They felt it, the same way prey feels a new predator entering the killing ground. On the bridge of the despoiler's chosen warship, the world was noise and light. Hololithic projections filled the air, layered maps of orbit and surface, casualty reports scrolling in. Bloody sigils, Vox channels chiming for attention. The deck thrummed underfoot with the heartbeat of reactors and drive cores. Servitors clung to railing and ceiling alike, their bodies plugged into the ship's logicium, their mouths drooling strings of binaric static. Abaddon the despoiler sat upon the command throne as if it were a minor inconvenience. The throne was built of steel and bone, wrapped in chains. Cables fed into his armor from its back, thick conduits carrying data and control impulses directly into his warplate. His Terminator armor merged with the throne's frame, making man and machine into one ideal shape of command. The eye of Horus on his chest burned with a dull inner light. The talon of Horus rested upon the throne's arm, its barrels dark, its claws open and idle. Drachnian hung at his hip, its blade a sliver of sickening distortion. Before him, a war captain stumbled through a report. Primary bastion lines on the northern continent are reduced. "By more than half, Lord," the captain said, helm tucked beneath his arm, eyes flicking nervously between rune screens. "The blasphemous ascendant has taken critical damage to its upper carapace. We have lost several strike cruisers, and more lesser vessels than our records can easily tally. The swarm's numbers continue to increase. Ground commanders report ammunition shortages, mounting fatigue, and suggestions are being made that a fighting withdrawal to the secondary ring might preserve. Abaddon moved. The Talon of Horus did not need to cycle through activation rituals. It was always ready. He lifted his arm and closed the claw around the captain's chest. Ceramite crumpled like tin. Ribs snapped. The captain's words cut off in a wet grunt. For a heartbeat, his fingers scrabbled at the demon-wrought gauntlet crushing him. Then the Talon's integrated weapons spoke. Mass reactive shells detonated inside the captain's torso at point-blank range. His chest vanished in a wash of red mist and shattered bone. His spine flopped backward, dangling from his hips. His head rolled across the deck like a dropped sensor, eyes still blinking. Silence fell over the bridge, aside from the constant mutter of the ship's systems. Abaddon flicked gore from the Talon with a casual motion. "We do not speak that word here," he said, his voice cold and flat. "This is not an imperial muster ground. We do not retreat to preserve the illusion of honor. We do not fall back to hold a different line. There is one line. Here." He jabbed a clawed finger at the hololithic projection of Malphas, turning it so the northern continent faced him. "What hangs on a knife edge is not this world," he said. "It is the question of whether these beasts can be made to bleed in a way that matters. The Imperium will discover that answer at many more worlds. I intend to know it first." He gestured. "Get me Draken," he said, "and make sure he is somewhere he can see the tower when he answers." Vox adepts scrambled. Channels opened and closed in quick succession, brushed aside by the sheer weight of the War Master's priority signal. On the surface, in the lee of a shattered bastion, half buried in Tyranid dead, Malak Draken's helm rune flashed. He opened the channel with a grunt. "War Master," he said. On his visor, an image formed. Not a simple rune screen, but a direct feed from the flagship's strategium. Abaddon's image loomed, larger than life, framed by hololiths of the battle. Below Drakon, the ground shifted, a slow creep of sliding corpses and mobile biomatter. Beyond his position, the Synapse Tower rose, a mountain of chitin spearing into the bruised sky. It crackled with psychic lightning, invisible to ordinary eyes, but glaringly bright in the overlays of his auto-senses. "You have pushed far," Abaddon said. "Further than I ordered. You are almost at its base." Draken's armor was a ruin, of gouges and ichor. His left greave was still a mass of cracked ceramite and congealed black blood where the warrior Alpha had bitten into it. Scratches scored his chestplate, some shallow, some deep enough that warning runes still blinked around them. "We bleed as we go," he said, "but we move. The beasts know what we are doing. They throw themselves at us thickest where we cut. That is how we know we are hurting them." "Not enough," Abaddon said. "The tower still stands. The tendril still feeds. At this rate, you will reach its base when the Hive fleet has finished dragging the rest of the planet into its pits." Drakon's lip curled. "You want me to move faster," he said. "I could tell my men to stop killing things and simply run. Shall I try that, War Master? See how far we get before we are eaten alive?" "You will not go alone," Abaddon said. He leaned forward. "You have done well," he said, each word like a gauntleted finger tapping on stone. "You have kept the tower in sight even when the world tried to drown you in its own viscera. Now you will hold that sight for a little longer. I am coming down." Even through armor, Drakon felt a twist in his gut. "We are already committed," he said. "We grind them down. We choke their advance with their own dead. I can reach the tower. There is no need for you to descend into this mud." Abaddon's helm tilted a fraction. "Is that fear I hear, Malak?" he asked softly. Drakon's growl was audible over the Vox. "I have no fear for myself," he said. "I have fear for the long war. If you die here in some nameless sprawl, buried under a heap of alien corpses, the Imperium will sing songs about it. The gods will laugh. The Legion will tear itself apart, trying to avenge and replace you. This is not where you are meant to fall. Then I will not fall, Abaddon said. He rose from the throne, cables tearing free from his armor with a hiss of uncoupling seals. The command deck seemed smaller when he stood. The hololiths around him flickered as his presence disrupted their fields. The grind has told us what we needed to know, he said. That we can hurt them, that they can adapt to our venom, that the tower is the choke point. That is the knowledge that attrition buys. Now attrition will only buy us more corpses without changing the answer. He stepped down from the dais, each boot full, clangorous. I am the knife you have been sharpening, he said. Now we drive it in. He cut the link. On the bridge, officers and thralls watched in tense silence as he strode toward the teleportarium. Signal all warbands, he said as he passed. The spear falls. Any company that reaches my landing zone will earn the right to fight at my side. Those that cannot will still have the honor of dying loudly enough to be noticed. Vox Masters relayed the message. Across Malphas, the effect was immediate. Channels that had previously carried clipped order confirmations and hoarse casualty reports erupted into snarled oaths. Black legionnaires in trenches or in the belly of demon engines spat fresh curses. Their fatigue burned away in a flare of renewed fanaticism. Warband leaders rerouted their forces, hurling themselves towards sectors where Vox markers indicated the War Master intended to land. Mortal officers screamed themselves hoarse, trying to keep up, pushing regiments into new assaults so that their masters could claim they, too, had shed blood on the same ground as the despoiler. In Hive ruins, in capillary forests, in the mouth of digestion pits, the black-armored Astartes pushed harder, as if goaded by a whip. Abaddon entered the teleportarium at the heart of the flagship like a storm given shape. The chamber was a vault of steel and stone, its walls inscribed with runes that were part mathematics, part blasphemy. Teleport pads rose from the floor like altars. Around them, acolytes chanted, their flesh marked with brands, their mouths wired into the chamber's control systems. Projectors hummed, building the template that would momentarily seize the matter of those upon the pads and hurl it through the immaterium in a tight, violent jump. Waiting for him, there were his chosen. Justarin armored veterans, their black and gold plate marked with the old symbols of the 16th Legion, stood in a tight rank. Their eye lenses burned like coals. Some bore combi weapons, heavy with extra barrels and attachments. Others carried chain fists or lightning claws that flexed hungrily. Possessed champions twitched, their bodies half submerged in warp bleed. One had extra arms sprouting from his spine, each ending in a different weapon grown from fused metal and bone. Another's helm had melted into his face, leaving only a mass of teeth and eyes that moved even when his head was still. Vorath the Unbound stepped forward from the group, staff crackling. "My lord," he said, "you could stay here and shape the battle. There is still much to be done with storms and plagues." "You will do it," Abaddon said, "from down there." Vorath inclined his helm. "That is an acceptable compromise," he said. They took their places on the pads. Abaddon stood at the center, Drachnian at his side, the talon flexing once in anticipation. Around him, the Justarin formed a circle, their weapons angled outward. Vorath and his coven took positions at the edges, warp light already licking at their fingertips. "Target," Abaddon said. The chief teleport adept's eyes rolled back. Data fed directly into his cortex from augur arrays and sorcerous triangulation. Images of the Synapse Tower, of its surrounding morass of flesh and wreckage, flashed through his mind. "Zone selected," he whispered. "Near field around central pillar. Local reality destabilized, but within tolerance. Expect heavy hostile biomass presence. Localized." Warp pressure high. Pattern holds. Pattern holds. Send us, Abaddon said. The world turned inside out. For an instant, there was nothing but pressure and color, the sensation of falling in every direction at once, the taste of metal and blood and old screams. Then solidity snapped back like a fist closing. They emerged into a sea of teeth. Gaunts filled the space around the Synapse Tower like water around a pillar. Warriors moved among them, their crests flashing, their bioweapons spitting. The ground was a thick slurry of dissolving corpses and the creeping growths of Tyranid infestation. Above, the tower loomed, close now, its flanks pulsing, psychic lightning crawling along its ridges. The teleport flare blasted a momentary void into that living tide. Shock waves of displaced air and energy hurled nearby organisms away, sending them tumbling. In that gap, black armor flared into existence. Abaddon stepped forward as the first gaunt leaped. Draconian screamed. The demon blade did not simply cut, it tore. He swung it in a wide, contemptuous arc. The air in front of him split like skin under a flensing knife. Everything that passed through that split ceased to be in the way that reality understood. Gaunts turned into streaks of disassociated matter, their bodies unraveled into warped fragments. Warriors caught on the edge of the blade's passage fell apart in sections that did not line up, their pieces twitching in ways that defied anatomy before dissolving into greasy smoke. The talon of Horus barked. Mass reactive shells roared from its integrated bolters in a storm. Each round punched into a target and detonated with enough force to mulch flesh and shatter bone. Lesser creatures exploded in sprays of gore. Larger beasts staggered, holes blown clean through their torsos, organs pulped. Abaddon moved like a walking catastrophe. He was not graceful. He did not need to be. Where he stepped, things died. Talons tore through chitin, ripping limbs free with contemptuous ease. The blade in his other hand carved holes in the world that swallowed any creature unlucky enough to stand in their path. Every swing was a statement of purpose. This space is mine, and you will not exist in it. Around him, the Justaerin advanced in lockstep. Their bolters hammered, disciplined bursts aimed at synapse beasts and heavy weapon carriers. Their chain fists and power fists rose and fell with terrible economy, each blow smashing a target into ruin. Possessed champions howled and frolicked in the carnage, their demonic partners exulting in the proximity of such concentrated slaughter. Vorath and his sorcerers formed a loose ring behind the spear tip, their voices raised in chants that thickened the air. Warp flame burst outward in waves, washing over Tyranid lines. Shadows lengthened and reached up to drag beasts down. For every demon that managed to cling to existence in the hive mind's shadow for more than a few heartbeats, a score of gaunts died screaming. The hive mind noticed. To Malphas' tendril apex, Abaddon's arrival was a sudden spike in the problematic pattern that had been Draken's spearhead. The knot of resistance at the base of the Synapse Tower flared. Consumption there dropped as chaos weapons tore into beasts faster than they could be replaced at that specific locus. The swell of psychic disturbance around the black-armored figures threatened local synaptic coherence. Directive, concentrate force, Node Alpha. Malphas turned its focus fully to the intrusion. Commands rippled out along the neural web. Broods that had been pressing elsewhere on the front faltered, then flowed toward the new threat. Carnifex herds changed direction. Zoanthropes drifted closer, their minds aglow. Tyrant Guard, their hulking forms built to shield higher nodes, charged, their claws digging trenches in the muck. Hive tyrants converged. Not one, many. They crashed into the circle around Abaddon like living, wrecking balls. Biocannons spat gouts of plasma into the Terminator line, splashing heat and acid across their armor. Bone swords descended in scything arcs. Claws the size of men tried to close on the War Master's throat. The Justaerin met them. One veteran stepped into the path of a charging tyrant, his storm shield flaring as bioplasma washed over it. The impact drove him back a pace, his boots carving furrows in the sludge, but he held. The beast's blade slammed down. The shield shattered, its field overrun. The veteran died beneath the follow-up strike, his torso cleaved in two. Abaddon killed the tyrant that had felled his warrior. He ducked under a sweep of its sword, armor ringing as the blade scraped his pauldrons. The talon of Horus clamped down on its thorax. Claws pierced chitin and ribs, sinking deep into the organ sacs within. He squeezed. The talon's guns went off inside the creature. Its chest detonation was a muffled boom. Its back blew out in a geyser of gore. Limbs flailed. Its head sagged forward, crest cracking. Drachnian finished it, the blade lancing up through its chin and out the crown of its skull. The air around the wound rippled. For a heartbeat, the tyrant's mind brushed the sword and screamed, not with its own voice, but with the sudden realization of things far older and hungrier than even the Hive mind. Abaddon tore the blade free and turned, already seeking the next foe. Vorath felt the psychic pressure intensify. "Closer," he gasped to his coven. "Link to me. Chain your will to his." They obeyed. Sorcerous power surged along the invisible tether between the coven and the Warmaster. Vorath shaped it, compressing it into a brutal, simple thing. No subtle twists, no complex hexes. Pure force, brute strength, poured into Abaddon's already unnatural frame. The Warmaster growled as the power took hold. Muscles, already far beyond human limit, bunched. Pistons in his armor screamed as they accommodated the additional strain. The eye on his chest burned brighter, a coal stoked by a fresh gust. Kraken struck back on that same plane. Zoanthropes focused, their bulbous heads glowing with sickly light. Node Alpha Malphas channeled more of the Hive mind's attention through them. Psychic lances lashed out, not at Abaddon, whose soul burned like a black star too hot to grasp easily, but at the chain of lesser minds feeding him. One of Vorath's sorcerers convulsed. His chant broke off in a gurgle. The top half of his skull simply vanished, soft tissue atomized by invisible impact. He toppled without a sound, brain matter hissing as it hit the corrupted ground. Another clawed at his own face, tearing his helm away, raking bloody furrows down his cheeks as the Hive mind's alien thoughts crawled through his cortex. He screamed names of gods and begged for their hands, but none reached him. His heart burst, spraying his ribs with pulped meat. Vorath himself felt something pry at the edges of his warded mind, a huge, impersonal curiosity pressing against his defenses. He bared his teeth and snarled, forcing all of his considerable will into keeping that pressure out. Sigils on his armor burst into flame, consuming the last of their charge. "Mine," he hissed. "He is mine to empower, not yours to break." Abaddon did not feel the subtleties. He did not need to. He felt the pressure as extra weight on his limbs, as a slight drag on his thoughts, and he pushed through it with the same contempt he would have shown any lesser obstacle. He reached the graveyard of demon engines at the base of the tower. Once, the Black Legion had deployed a line of defilers and corrupted tanks here. The swarm had broken them. Their carcasses lay scattered, half submerged in the muck. Spidery limbs jutted from the ground at odd angles. Turrets lay on their sides. Hulls were split open, spilling half-dissolved demon ichor. Node Alpha Malphas waited amid that wreckage. It was larger than the other tyrants. Its crest was higher, its carapace etched with ridged grooves that seemed almost ornamental. Its limbs were longer, its blades broader and edged with substances that drank light. A massive symbiotic cannon grew from one shoulder, its maw drooling bioplasma that burned where it fell. Its eyes were shards of black ice. The two titans regarded each other across a field of twisted steel and flesh. Abaddon took one step forward, his boot crushing a Tyranid skull and a demon engine's shattered viewport in the same motion. "You are the knife this beast has put in my path," he said through his vox. Good. I was beginning to wonder if it had anything like pride. Node Alpha Malphas did not understand the words. It understood the weight of the mind before it, the way this single organism distorted the flow of battle. It saw the bodies of its fleet's children around him. It saw the way the swarms reacted to his presence, how chaos organisms strained toward him like moths to a flame, how its own creatures hesitated, then pressed in. Directive: sever. They moved at the same instant. The tyrant's cannon belched a lance of searing plasma. Abaddon stepped into it, raising his shoulder. The blast washed over his armor, melted decorative spikes, blackened gold. Warning runes screamed, but the plates held. He closed the distance in another stride. A bone sword scythed down, faster than any human eye could follow. Drachnian met it. Blade of warp against blade of shaped bone. The impact sent a shockwave through the ruins. Hab walls toppled. Nearby gaunts were hurled from their feet. A second sword came for his midsection. The talon snapped up, claws catching the blade. Metal screeched against alien chitin. Sparks and shards flew. For a moment they were locked, man and beast straining against each other. The tyrant's strength was immense, muscles cording under its hide. Abaddon's was greater, still, amplified by sorcery, by demon pacts, by centuries of war. Pistons in his armor drove his limbs forward. He forced the sword aside and stepped in close. He slammed the talon into the tyrant's torso. Claws punched through carapace, sank into the meat beneath. Shells detonated. The creature spasmed, ichor spraying from its back in a fountain. It answered with raw, brute force. A taloned foot came up, smashing into Abaddon's chest. The blow lifted him from his feet. He crashed back into a ruined defiler hull, denting its plating. For a heartbeat, his breath hissed out between clenched teeth. Vorath felt the impact like a flare. "More!" he roared to his dwindling coven. "Pour more into him!" They did. Blood ran from their noses and eyes. One dropped to his knees, his soul fraying under the strain. But for a few more heartbeats, they fed the Warmaster their strength. Abaddon surged up from the wreckage. The tyrant charged, swords raised for the killing blow. The Synapse Tower's psychic pulse throbbed behind it, bolstering its limbs, making its movements a fraction sharper. They met again. This time Abaddon ducked under the first swing entirely, moving faster than his bulk suggested he should be able to. The second he caught on the talon, twisting his wrist to angle the blade away. The sword scraped down the gauntlet, carving a deep groove, but failed to bite into his flesh. He drove forward, inside the tyrant's guard. Draconian came up in a rising arc. The demon blade howled, a sound like a legion of defeated souls screaming in reverse. It carved through chitin and bone, through neural bundles and synaptic nodes. It did not simply cut the flesh, it cut the idea of cohesion. The tyrant's head separated from its body in a spray of black and green. For a heartbeat, the severed head remained perfect, its eyes wide, its crest gleaming with slime. Then the unseen teeth of the warp bit into it through the wound the sword had left. Cracks of unreality spread across its surface. Parts of it flaked away into nothing. Other parts simply turned inside out and vanished. The body took 3 more staggering steps, its swords flailing in diminishing arcs, before it collapsed into the muck and twitched. Across the front, the synaptic field shuddered. Gaunts froze mid-stride. Warriors faltered. Bioartillery ceased fire for a heartbeat as the link that had run through Node Alpha Malphas snapped, sending a shockwave of confusion through every lesser mind that had depended on it. Abaddon planted one boot on the collapsing neck stump, wrestled the head back from the hungry pull of the blade, and hoisted what remained of it high. Ichor dripped from its shattered crest, running in streams down his armored gauntlet. Warp-tainted smoke curled from the ragged sever, making the air shimmer. He opened his vox to full, every channel, every band, every speaker and helm grill on the planet. "The swarm bleeds," he roared. His bellow rolled across the war-torn world, carried on vox waves and on something heavier, a psychic echo born of the faith and fear he inspired. Men in trenches heard it and shouted themselves hoarse in answer. Chaos. Marines laughed and redoubled their fire. Even demon engines bellowed back, their possessed cores exulting. For a moment, even the hive mind flinched. Malphas' tendril apex registered the node's loss. It rerouted, of course. It smoothed the gap with brutal efficiency. But there was an instant, a fraction of a heartbeat stretched out under the lens of its immense perception, where the pattern did not flow as intended, where the spike of resistance that was Abaddon burned brighter in its awareness. On Malphas, that brief hesitation was everything. The line did not break. It lunged. Black Legion warbands and traitor regiments threw themselves into the stagger in the swarm's advance, seeking to turn one severed synapse into an opening that might yet reach the heart of the tower behind it. For a little while after the tyrant's head left its body, the swarm forgot how to be a swarm. The death of Node Alpha Malphas tore a ragged hole through the local synapse web. It was not the only node on the world, but it had been a keystone for that front, a thick braid of will through which the hive mind had poured commands. When Draconian severed its spine and drank the echo of its thoughts, that braid snapped. The effect rolled out from the graveyard of demon engines at the tower's base like a psychic shockwave. Gaunts in their thousands stumbled. Claws that had been reaching for chaos throats suddenly hung slack in the air. Jaws that had been snapping on command gaped open, strings of saliva stretching, then breaking. The creatures shivered, their muscles rippling with conflicting impulses. With no overriding thought to bind them, instinct surged up from the animal strata of their bodies. They were hungry. The nearest meat was not always human. It was whatever moved. Lines that had been pressing against bastions buckled as gaunts turned on each other, slashing and biting. Some hurled themselves at the nearest larger shape, even if it was another Tyranid. Warriors bellowed and struck their own charges down, but even their efforts to impose order faltered when their own synaptic feed stuttered. On the flanks of Draken's spearhead, a brood of hormagaunts that had been pushing along a ruined avenue suddenly veered sideways, piling into another brood coming the other way. Claws flashed, bodies tangled. In moments, the street was a writhing knot of alien bodies chewing and tearing at each other, shrieks of pain and challenge blending into a single mindless howl. In the shadow of a shattered bastion, a cluster of bio-artillery beasts stopped firing mid-salvo. Their gun organs drooped, their eyeless heads swung back and forth, tasting the air in confusion. One turned and spat a living shell point blank into the flank of its neighbor. The struck beast exploded, showering its siblings with fragments of shell and ichor. They, in turn, reacted with animal fury, pouring their own fire into anything within reach. Vorath felt the stuttering in the synapse chain, like a rhythm breaking under his fingertips. He stood on a promontory of twisted metal and Tyranid growth, staff planted in a pile of skulls that rolled underfoot with every tremor of the battlefield. Warp lightning still flickered faintly along the length of the weapon, echoing the death of the Hive tyrant he had helped unmake. The air around him tasted of ash and burnt thoughts. He closed his eyes and reached. The psychic field across Malphas had never been clean. It was a storm, roiled by the eye's distant bleed, by the constant shrieking of dying souls, by the oppressive weight of the hive mind. Now, for a brief span, that storm faltered. Patches of unexpected calm flickered where Node Alpha Malphas' influence had been strongest. Local flows eddied and whirled, unanchored. There, Vorath whispered. His coven was diminished, but not yet destroyed. Those who remained answered his gesture, feeding their awareness into his. The sorcerer's mind skated across the front, tasting for the sour tang of sudden confusion. Anywhere the synapse current flickered, he marked. Ritual scars on his armor flared as he opened Vox channels to every significant Chaos command node still capable of hearing him. "Now," he hissed, "everywhere you see them falter, fire." Lance codes and coordinates shrieked through the Vox net. Gun moons adjusted their aim. Cruisers and battleships shifted their orbits. On the surface, artillery cogitators retargeted, their logic engines humming as firing solutions recalculated. Mortar crews waited, shells already loaded, eyes flicking to their command runes. Then the sky fell. Where swarms had begun to mill without clear purpose, orbital lances slammed down. Beams of white-blue. Light punched through the ash and spores, connecting ship to planet in pillars that burned the air away. Whatever lay within those pillars ceased to be recognizable matter. Gaunts, warriors, carnifexes, human bodies, rubble, corrupted armor plates, all flashed into expanding plasma, and then into glassy craters. In zones where artillery could reach, traitor guns spoke in concert. Entire belts of the front simply vanished under blankets of high explosive. Walking cannons and Tyranid artillery beasts, suddenly without clear orders, were caught mid-turn and ripped open. Herds of synapse-starved gaunts that had been tearing at each other were obliterated, their blood mist whipped away by concussive shockwaves. Vorath laughed, ugly and delighted. "Kick them when they are dizzy," he murmured. "Grind their confusion into something useful." High above, Magister Karen answered his own summons. In the heart of Malphas Gate's void defense nexus, the warpsmith stalked among engines that shook with contained fury. The gun moons and station batteries had been firing almost without pause since the first bioships arrived, but now Abaddon had given a new order. "Detach the leashes," the War Master had voxed, his voice cold. "Burn the sky. If you tear the chains out of their mounts doing it, we will forge new ones later. If there is a later." Karen listened with one ear, and the machine spirits with the other. He stood before a bank of reactor control altars, their surfaces alive with shifting runes. Lightning crawled across their edges, licking at the edges of his mechadendrites. Data poured into him. Capacitor charge ratios, shield bleed, lance coherence. He tasted the numbers like flavors. "Overload pathways engaged," he croaked. "Safety limiters disengaged. You will drink deeper than you have in centuries, my children. Do not disappoint him." The machine spirits of the lance arrays and void defense batteries did not understand words. They understood pressure. They understood the sensation of power flooding channels that had long been starved. They shrieked in binaric joy and fear as Karen rammed more energy into them. Cables thrummed. Conduits glowed dull red, then orange, then white. In low orbit, ring stations and fortress moons lit up. Lance batteries that had been spitting, measured bolts, now carved continuous beams into the upper atmosphere, raking across the incoming spore waves. Mycetic spores that had once descended like glowing meteors now flashed into clouds of molten slag high above the surface, never reaching the ground. Capillary tower seeds disintegrated, leaving only rainstorms of ash. For a short, glorious span, the sky was a lattice of fire. The cost was immediate. Cooling veins boiled. Some gun houses exploded under the strain, their housings cracking open, ejecting molten armor and shrieking demon engines into the void. Sections of the defense ring went dark as overtaxed reactors tripped into cascade failure and had to be vented before they tore their mounts apart. Karen bared the metal fangs that lined what had once been his mouth. "Acceptable losses," he told the burning icons. "You were always going to die screaming. At least you are doing it for something interesting." On the surface, Sarn Valen stared at his slate and realized he had nothing left to shuffle. The icons on his display were mostly dark. The few that still burned represented shattered remnants of regiments, cult mobs scavenged from blasted hives, slave gangs that had been too far from the front to have been spent already. His hands shook from exhaustion. His eyes felt full of grit. His thoughts were a hollow echo chamber, where orders bounced against the walls and came back without meaning. He saw the way Vorath's markers bloomed across the map, indicating zones where Synapse had faltered. He heard the distant thunder where lancers and artillery were already turning some of those into glowing scars. Others were not being hit fast enough. "Arch-Colonel?" an aide ventured, voice tentative. "There are reports of swarms gone mad in the 3rd Southern Salient. They are turning on each other, but some are still pushing toward our—" "Send them," Valen said. The aide blinked. "Send who?" he asked. "Everyone," Valen rasped. "Everybody not already pinned to a firing step or chained to a gun carriage. Labor gangs, penal scum, cult rabble, conscripts we were going to hold back to refill the trenches, the last reserves. Send them into the places where the beasts are stumbling. Hit them hard." The aide hesitated. "They will die, Arch-Colonel," he said, which was possibly the stupidest thing Valen had heard all day. "We are all going to die," Valen said. "The question is whether we do it on our feet or curled up in a hole. Get them moving. If they hesitate, shoot the ones at the back and push the bodies forward. If you run out of bullets, use words. Tell them the despoiler is watching. Tell them the eyes of the gods are on them. Tell them if they turn and run, I will spend the last ammunition on the planet, making sure they do not get far." He rubbed at his face, smearing grime. "Go," he snarled. "Do not come back unless you have nothing left standing to send." The last reserves marched. Press-ganged laborers, still bearing the marks of chains on their wrists, shuffled forward with borrowed rifles. Penal legions, their collars blinking with the promise of explosive reprieve if they went far enough, grinned madly and sang half-remembered songs of old campaigns. Cult mobs waved blades and icons, their chants hoarse. They went into the places where the swarm was at its weakest, where gaunts tore each other apart without knowing why, where warriors bellowed in confusion. They were not skilled. They were not well armed. They were not coordinated. They did not need to be. They only had to shoot into a mass that could not decide which way to turn, to hack at beasts that were too busy biting their own kin to parry. They died in droves, as Valen had expected. Claws found flesh, teeth found throats, bioweapons spat, burning holes through ranks. But in their dying, they cut swathes through synapse-starved clusters, tearing out chunks of the swarm that would otherwise have rejoined the whole when the Hive mind reasserted control. It tried. Kraken, stung and staggering in that one small portion of itself, poured more thought down the surviving channels. The synapse tower drew deeper on the mind behind it, its psychic output intensifying. New conduits grew from its flanks, sprouting like diseased veins, writhing towards smaller nodes in the nearby swarm. Lightning of raw thought crackled around its crown, invisible and deadly. Reality wavered around it. The air near its base shimmered, as if heat haze boiled from its flesh. In truth, it was the pressure of mind bending. The local fabric. Rocks cracked without any physical force applied. Ruined hab blocks slid sideways a fraction, their outlines blurring for a heartbeat, then snapping back. Vorath watched that from his vantage and felt the hive mind's intent. "It is shoring up its brain," he muttered, pouring more of itself into that pillar. He could taste the weight of that attention now, a heavy finger pressing into the surface of the world. Every lesser synapse beast still alive in range became a relay, a conduit for more will. The confusion he had exploited was already fading as new commands flooded down. The window was closing. He knew it. Abaddon knew it. Perhaps even Drakon, knee-deep in the meat of the front, knew it in the way a veteran senses when the tide is about to turn again. Vorath voxed the Warmaster. "My lord," he said without preamble, "we have cut a nerve. If we leave it at that, the beast will simply grow another. You saw how quickly it adapted to our taint. You have to assume it will not leave this gap unguarded again." "Speak your thought," Abaddon said. Vorath licked cracked lips behind his grill. "We do not simply break the tower," he said. "We remove it, completely. Tear it, and the biomass cluster around it out of this world, and hurl it into the warp. Decapitate the tendril at Malphas Gate." There was a pause. He could almost feel the despoiler weighing the suggestion. "The collateral?" Abaddon asked. Vorath's teeth bared. "Catastrophic," he said. "A ritual that large would drag more than just the pillar and the nearest capillary mounds. The land around it, the air, every soul within reach. The warp will not be tidy about what it takes. The wound left behind will bleed, and anything that falls into it later will not be seen again. But the tendril will be broken here. Its mind will have to route around a hole instead of a scar." Another moment of silence. "Do it," Abaddon said. "Use everything. Every cult, every sorcerer, every demon you can pry free from the Hive mind's hunger. If the world cracks, it cracks. If we die knowing we took a bite out of something that thought only it could eat." Vorath smiled, sharp and bloodied. "As you command," he said. Orders spread like a shadow. Sorcerers broke from their current engagements, dragging themselves and their surviving thralls toward pre-selected loci of power. Old temple sites, the intersection of ley lines burned into the bedrock by past warp storms, the skulls of colossal battles long since buried. Cult leaders received voxed instructions from voices they had never heard before and would never dare to question. Demon engines were recalled from the front in ragged groups, their claws itching for more slaughter. Abaddon's edicts were simple, all of it, all the blood, all the souls. On the plains around the Synapse Tower, black altars were raised in a span of heartbeats. They were crude, improvised from wrecked tanks and the piled bodies of the fallen, but the warp did not demand elegance. It demanded intensity. Mortals were marched to those altars. They came in chains, in ropes, at the points of bayonets. Prisoners captured in the early days of the war. Cultists whose devotion had earned them an end, different from the mud. Even wounded traitor guardsmen whose usefulness as gun hands had passed. They were laid face down on smoking rock, throats exposed. Vorath stood at the center of the largest circle, a ring inscribed around a crater full of congealing Tyranid ichor. His staff was a pillar of lightning. His armor crawled with writhed sigils. Around him, his remaining coven and a host of lesser witch priests chanted in a dozen mutually hateful tongues. "Bleed!" he commanded. Knives fell. Arterial spray arced into the air, crimson lines crossing above the circle. Souls tumbled loose, pale and shrieking, dragged through the thin skin between flesh and warp. Vorath caught them with hook runes and fed them into the growing storm overhead. The ritual built. Across the front, similar scenes played out. Cultists carved their own hearts out and held them up as offerings. Sorcerers slit throats and burned bodies in heaps, the smoke forming shapes that writhed and laughed. Demon engines bellowed litanies, stamping in place around their own summoning circles as their bound entities howled. The warp listened. It did more than listen. It leaned in. The hive mind felt it. The Synapse Tower's mindless awareness had no framework for ritual as such, but it knew threat. It sensed the spike of warp interaction, focusing not on its own emissions, but on its location. The flow of power from the other side of reality was coalescing with too much intent. Directive, defend. Every coherent organism within range received a new priority. Assault the circles. Gaunts that had been regrouping for another push toward bastions changed course, surging. Instead, toward the nearest rising plumes of sacrificial smoke. Warriors leaped craters and smashed through ruin walls to reach chanting knots of cultists. Carnifex herds turned, their massive bodies jostling each other as they sought the shortest path to the new targets. Demons met them. Where the rituals were strongest, the warp had thinned. Entities that had been confined to the edges of the battlefield now had anchor points. They clawed their way into the world in greater numbers, drawn by the river of blood being poured out. The clashes that followed were beyond ordinary war. From a distance, it was impossible to tell where demon ended and Tyranid began. The churned ground writhed with limbs and teeth. Flesh that melted under the touch of enzyme-slick claws reformed in different shapes as warp stuff reclaimed it. Tongues that ended in barbs shot through alien skulls and dragged brains out in loops. Jaws with too many teeth clamped on carapace that cracked and bled acid. Achai, demon of change, its body a twisting knot of colors and eyes, laughed as a brood of gaunts ripped at its shape, only for their own limbs to turn into wriggling serpents that bit them in return. A blood-soaked beast, little more than muscle and horns, hurled itself at an artillery creature, driving it into the ground, tearing its organ guns out and using them as clubs until they ruptured in showers of corrosive offal. The rituals did not care which side died, only that death flowed, that souls tore free, that fear and frenzy thickened the air. Vorath's voice rose above the din, joined by others across the killing fields. He reached up with his mind and grabbed. The warp surged. At the base of the synapse tower, the air turned to glass and then shattered. A circle of nothing yawed open beneath its roots, widening by the heartbeat. The pillars' anchoring tendrils strained, stretching as if suddenly tugged from below. The ground cracked in concentric rings, fissures racing. Outward. Above, the sky over the tower bruised. Clouds twisted into a spiral, drawn toward the same point. Lightning flickered, not down from the sky, but up from the tower, spearing into the churning mass. A vortex formed, a whirling throat of storm and unreality. The hive mind poured more of itself down, trying to stabilize, trying to reinforce. Too slow. The maelstrom took hold. Chitin split. Rock tore loose. Whole slabs of the synapse tower sheared away, drawn upward and inward as if some impossible gravity had reversed. The pillar screamed, not with any audible sound, but with a psychic shriek that made mortal brains feel as if they were being grated on stone. Beast bodies, capillary roots, digestion pits, everything within a wide radius around the tower's base began to lift, dragged toward the growing wound. Gaunts clawed at the ground, their talons leaving furrows as they slid. Warriors jammed their blades into rock to anchor themselves, only to have the stone rip free. Carnifexes bellowed, their massive weight buying them moments. Then they too were lifted, their limbs flailing as they tumbled into the vortex. The tower itself ruptured. Sections of its flank exploded outward in gouts of psychic fire and liquefied flesh. Tendrils snapped. For a heartbeat, it hung at an impossible angle, half detached from the world. Then the maelstrom's grip tightened and tore it free. It went up. Everything it had rooted into, every nerve bundle, every gland, every node, ripped loose with it. A column of howling biomass and shattered stone spiraled into the sky, shrinking as it went, the vortex around it narrowing like a tightening throat. In the warp, something vast and alien felt a piece of itself being yanked directly into the storm, rather than passing through the usual digestible stages of death and reabsorption. It did not feel pain, but it felt loss. For an instant, Malphas flared in the hive mind's awareness as a place where thought could no longer go. Then the pillar was gone. The vortex collapsed, folding inward with a final thunderous clap of displaced air. The psychic shriek cut off as if a throat had been cut. Silence followed, heavy and unnatural. When the light and madness faded, Malphas Gate's primary fortress sphere bore a new wound. Where the synapse tower had stood there was nothing. Not a crater full of debris, not a mound of cooling matter. A hole. A circular region where the land simply dipped away, the edges jagged, as if someone had torn a plug out of the planet. The sides of that wound were raw earth and exposed strata, smeared with the remnants of whatever had been too slow to escape. At the bottom, there was only darkness, a shadow that did not quite follow the rules of light. Around that wound, the swarm shuddered. local synapse lines had been more than broken. They had been ripped out entirely. Beasts that had once answered to the tower's call found themselves suddenly alone in their skulls. Those that were close simply dropped, their nervous systems unable to reconcile the abrupt absence of command. Further away, the effects were less absolute, but still devastating. The coordination that had made the swarm terrifying faltered across a wide radius. Malphas' tendril apex recoiled from the ripped node. It rerouted, of course. It had to. It forced thought along other paths, through other nodes, but it could not ignore the gap. The knot that had been Malphas was still a knot, still resisting, but now part of the rope had been burned away entirely. On the ground, the servants of the Black Legion raised their eyes toward the new wound and saw in it something like victory. Not clean, not simple, not anything that would make a bard's work easy, but a blow that would be spoken of in darker places for a long time. The swarm was not gone. Beasts still roamed, still hunted. Other synapse nodes still pulsed. The war was not finished, but the tendril that had come for Malphas' gate had lost its spine. It would never quite straighten again. In the days after the tower vanished, the war lost its shape. There were still battles, still screams and gun thunder, and the wet sounds of things dying, but the long lines and grand pushes were gone. The tendril's spine had been torn out. What remained were spasms. Black Legion warbands moved through those spasms like butchers, walking a slaughterhouse after the main work was done. They swept ruined Hab districts and half-eaten hive plates. Bolters held low, chain weapons idling. Anything that moved died. Synapse-starved gaunts lurched out of alleys and were cut in half, their ichor adding another slick layer to streets already black with drying blood. Warriors, still dangerous even without the full weight of the hive mind behind them, were dragged down under massed fire and finished with chain fists that tore their bodies apart in ragged chunks. Maddened human survivors fared no better. Men who had eaten the meat of the dead to live through the last weeks crawled from burrow pits, hands raised in shaking supplication, only to be trampled under ceramite boots or shot aside as distractions. Those who ran were hunted. Those who stood still were judged to be hiding something. There was no room in the new order of Malphas for mouths that did not speak praises or threats. In what had once been the capital Hive, San Valen walked like a ghost through his own grave. The city was a skeleton now. Spires that had once risen in tier upon tier toward a poisoned sky were broken teeth. Great habstacks lay toppled, their interiors exposed as layers of decayed life, cut cross-sections of a civilization that had died screaming. Capillary towers had grown up through the gaps, then been torn away when the synapse pillar was ripped from the world, leaving behind torn sockets and gouting pits. The streets between those gutted structures were rivers, not of water, of whatever the great digestion pools had, overflowed with when the tower's roots were torn away. A slurry of liquefied corpses, half-dissolved armor, and Tyranid sludge flowed sluggishly through the lower levels, lapping at doorways, pooling in plazas where statues of the corpse emperor had once stood. Valen trudged along a cracked transitway above those rivers, his boots leaving tracks in a layer of dried filth. His coat hung in tatters, the crimson dyed almost black by accumulated grime. Medals clinked against his chest, the cheap metals tarnished, the old imperial ones scratched nearly beyond recognition. His hair hung lank, his eyes sunk deep into bruised sockets. He looked out across the broken hive and tried to imagine the numbers it had once held. Billions, packed into its levels like organs inside a ribcage. Billions more across the world, spread through hives and manufactoria and garrison towns and slave camps. When Abaddon had given him Malphas, he had felt like the master of a small empire of sinners. Now, he could count the living by fragments. Ragged companies of guardsmen, their uniforms torn and mismatched, huddled around makeshift fires in gutted squares. Bands of cultists prowled like feral dogs, scavenging offerings from the dead. Slaves whose collars no longer had active control signals sat in rickety camps, staring blankly at nothing. "My host," Valen murmured. The words felt dry. He had commanded more men than he could ever personally know. Regiments raised, trained, turned, thrown into meat grinders. Their designations had been squares on his slates. Their lives' bullets he had squeezed the trigger on from far away. Now the slates were mostly blank. He had burned them all. For a moment, the weight of that pressed down harder than shell shock or exhaustion, or the dull ache of half-healed wounds. He leaned against the stump of a shattered pillar, feeling the stone grind under his hand. Then he straightened. "You knew what this was," he told himself. "You knew. The price when you turned your coat. The Imperium would have spent you slowly on sieges that never end. At least this mattered." Above him, engines thundered. Dropships and heavy lifters roared over the shattered hive, black as beetles against the ash sky. They hung for a heartbeat above key intersections and plazas, then disgorged their loads. Not troops, but machines and markers. The pyre ritual had begun. Abaddon's order had gone out less as a formal command, and more as a proclamation. This world is a trophy. Every corpse on Malphas Gate was fuel, every body equal in death. Traitor, loyalist, alien, demonic remnant. None were to be left to rot unclaimed. They were to be gathered, piled, turned into fires that would be seen and felt not only by eyes and skin, but by the gods themselves. Work gangs set to it. Servitors dragged corpse wagons along makeshift tracks, their metal feet squelching in mud made from ash and blood. Slaves were chained together and handed hooks and chains, set to hauling bodies from crater rims and trench bottoms. Cultists formed processions, chanting as they heaved broken carcasses up into towering mounds. The charnel heaps grew. On the plains around the synapse wound, mountains of the dead rose taller than bastions. Human forms stared sightlessly from the lower layers, their faces pressed together, mouths frozen open. Above them, Tyranid beasts lay sprawled, their limbs interlocked, their chitin split and leaking. Demon engines that had finally burned out were hauled up as crowning pieces, their twisted frames jammed atop the pyramids like warped icons. Vorath walked among them, with his staff leaving scorched footprints. His armor was stained with old blood and new ash. His helm grill dripped with the condensation of his own breath, thick with the sense of smoke and soul residue. Around him, his surviving coven and a swarm of lesser witch priests took up positions at key points around each mound, forming concentric circles of chanting flesh. He raised his staff. "Light them," he said. Promethium sprayers roared. Flame crawled up the sides of the heaps, licking at exposed flesh, searing hair, curling skin. At first, the pyres burned in ordinary colors, orange and red and yellow, smoke billowing upward in thick columns. Then the words of the litanies sank in. Vorath and his sorcerers spoke not to the air, but to the seams of reality. They wove the deaths that had already happened into a pattern, a script written in blood and ash. They called on the old pacts, the bargains struck between the eye and those who walked outside it. The fires changed. They burned hotter, without needing more fuel. Flames turned the color of bruised grapes, of old wounds. The smoke thickened, then thinned unnaturally, rising not straight up, but in slow spirals that twisted against the wind. Souls screamed. They tore free from whatever remnants of flesh still tied them down, dragged by the currents of chant and will. A billion voices rose, not in harmony, but in overlapping cacophony. Some cursed, some cried, some praised the corpse emperor, even as they were pulled toward places that had never heard his name. Others laughed, mad and exultant. Vorath shuddered as they passed him, as their terror and fury and devotion brushed against his mind. "Yes," he whispered, "go. Carry the story of this world to the only ears that matter. Tell them who paid the price." The gods listened. They always listened when so much death was given shape. The Legion's favor in the warp thickened, its shadow lengthening. Future invocations would find readier purchase. Future pacts would be made against the backdrop of these fires. Across the scarred world, the remnants of Kraken fought on. Without a central tower, without a coherent local alpha node, they were less a fleet and more a scattering of stray organs. Pockets of beasts roamed, hunting by scent and memory rather than command. Some clung, stubbornly, to capillary clusters that no longer fed them properly, their movements slowing as fuel ran out. Others had burrowed deep and now dug their way back up, surfacing in places the Black Legion had already claimed. They were prey now. Black Legion squads hunted them for sport. Champions set wagers over Vox, challenging each other to see who could mount the most impressive display from the fresh kills. One squad strung gaunt corpses together into writhing chains, hanging them from the broken shells of hab spires like obscene bunting. Another built a throne from Carnifex skulls, stacking them in a crude pyramid and daubing it with the ichor of lesser beasts. In a shattered manufactorum yard, Barabbas the Flayed stood atop a heap of dead Tyranids, his armor gleaming wet. He held a severed warrior head in one fist, its crest split, its mandibles still twitching. "Not large enough," he muttered, tossing it aside. His squad cheered as they dragged another cluster of beasts into the yard, herding them with lash fire and grenades. When the creatures turned to fight, they were cut down, their bodies added to the growing pile. Elsewhere, Magister Karen regarded the same carcasses with different eyes. He moved through a processing field on the outskirts of the synapse wound. There, rows of Tyranid biostructures had been hauled and stacked under the watchful lenses of his servitors. Chitin plates lay separated into neat piles, their inner surfaces scraped clean of clinging toxin sacs. Bioweapon symbiotes, still twitching with residual life, were pinned to slates and examined with mechadendrite probes. Karen's own body bristled with more limbs than he had once been born with. Each mechadendrite had a different tool at its tip: saw, injector, arc welder, biopsy needle. They moved with insectile precision, peeling back layers, tasting fluids, injecting stabilizing agents. "Interesting," he rasped, leaning close to a ripped-out spine organ that had once anchored a living cannon. He tapped the organ with a claw. "Your kind makes its guns grow," he said. "We hammer ours into shape. Both approaches have merit. Let us see what happens when we combine them." Nearby, a row of demon engine hulls waited. Their plating had been opened, innards exposed. The bound entities inside twitched and snarled, their forms partly visible through the gaps, all teeth and claws and bubbling, molten flesh. Karen gestured, and servitors winched a bioweapon pod up over one of those open hulls. "We will graft their instincts onto your malice," he told the snarling demon. "You will spit their own flesh back at them in wars to come." The idea pleased him. Malphas had cost much. It would be insulting if the Legion did not leave with at least some new toys. In the ruined capital, San Valen stood once more before a hollow projection of the world, this time in a temporary command chamber assembled from stolen plasteel and scavenged. Cogitators. The map was simpler now. So many icons were gone. He turned as the doors grated open. Abaddon entered without ceremony, flanked by 2 Justarin. The air seemed to grow heavier with each of his steps. The eye on his chest glowed faintly, a coal banked for now, but still hot. Valen dropped to one knee, his coat flaring around him, his head bowed. "War Master," he said. Abaddon regarded him in silence for a long moment. "You have done what I asked," he said at last. "You spent this world like a purse. The tendril broke its teeth here. The Imperium will hear that the great devourer choked on my gate." Valen swallowed. His throat felt raw. "My lord," he said, "I have burned my command down to ash for you. I have nothing left but ragged remnants and empty trenches. Let that mean something." Abaddon tilted his helm. "It means what it always means," he said, "that you were useful, for a time." Valen lifted his gaze. "Let me lead another war," he said, the words tumbling out faster now. "Give me ships, give me men. Send me along the path the swarm took to reach us. I will carry your eye into their void. I will burn their feeder worlds. I will make this victory not just a defense, but the start of a crusade. Let me go, and I will bleed Kraken for you across 6 systems." For a heartbeat, the command chamber was very quiet. Then Abaddon laughed. It was not a kind sound. "You have burned everything you were already," he said. "What do you think you have left to spend? You are a mortal who has forgotten that his bones break. You have done well for one who began as a slave to the corpse throne, but you are still what you are." Valen's hands curled into fists. "I can still give more," he said. Abaddon nodded once. "Yes," he said. "You can." He looked past Valen to the darkness beyond. "Karen," he voxed, "you have wanted a more responsive core for one of your hell brutes." The reply came back with a buzz of static and satisfaction. "I have just the sarcophagus prepared, Warmaster," the warpsmith said. "One that has been waiting for a suitably broken mind." Valen's eyes widened. "My lord," he began. The Justaerin moved. They took him by the arms, their grip like vices. He struggled, reflex more than hope, boots scraping on the floor. He had faced orcs and loyalists and Tyranids, and for all that, it was his own side's gauntlets that finally dragged him where he least wanted to go. "Consider it a promotion," Abaddon said. "You wanted to lead another crusade. You will, in iron and nerve and screaming rage. You will know only war until your mind finally breaks. Karen will see to it you are pointed at something worth killing." Valen's shout cut off as the door sealed behind him. Later, in a chamber full of the stink of old oil and formaldehyde, he would see the sarcophagus that awaited him. He would feel the needles slide into his spine, the clamps bite into his limbs. He would scream as the sarcophagus closed and the first wires bit into his brain. His last coherent thought as a man would be that he had asked for more war and been given it. In time, the hellbrute that had once been Arch-Colonel San Valen would stride across other battlefields, its twisted frame encased in armor, its arms replaced with guns and claws. Inside, a mind would howlingly remember flame and synapse towers and rivers of chitin. Outside, it would know only targets. On the Vox, far from that transformation, Malek Draken received a direct channel. "Lord Draken," Abaddon said. Draken stood on a rise of fused chitin and glass, watching work gangs tip cartloads of carcasses into the synapse wound. The hole left by the tower was no longer empty. The Legion had begun to fill it. "Warmaster," Draken answered. "You held when you were told to hold," Abaddon said. "You pushed when you were told to push. You did not die when it would have been easier to fall and call that devotion. You have done as a son of the 16th should." Draken's lip curled in something like a smile. "We survived the impossible," he said. "That is what we are for." "It is what is expected," Abaddon agreed. "Do not mistake survival for reward. You live so you can do it again. There will be other Malphases, other knots in the rope. You will sharpen your spear on this memory and drive it in deeper next time." Drakon nodded. "Let them send bigger beasts," he said. "We will see how many skulls Barabbas can wear before his neck breaks." Abaddon's chuckle crackled over the channel. "Enjoy your sport before we leave," he said. "The gate stands. That is what matters." The synapse wound seethed. Billions of tons of tainted biomass were being dumped into it. Cranes swung carcasses of bioships and Titan wrecks alike out over the edge and let them fall. Chains of slaves pushed carts of chopped flesh to the lip and tipped them over, watching the mess tumble into the dark. Something answered from below. Not the hive mind. It had recoiled from this place. The ritual had burned its touch away. What stirred now was older, closer, and far less interested in efficient consumption. Demonic shapes rose and sank in the shadow at the pit's heart, like things moving in deep water. Flames of colors that had no place in the normal world flickered up the inner walls, licking at the fresh offerings. The air around the wound shimmered with heat, even when no physical fire burned. Those who stood too close for too long found their thoughts drifting, their dreams filling with images of chitin and eyes and endless grinding teeth. In time, the wound would scab over with fused rock and cooled ichor, but it would never truly heal. It would bubble and mutter, exhaling vapors that drove men mad and twisted beasts into worse shapes, pilgrims of certain dark. Tendencies would come to Malphas in centuries yet unborn, to stand at the edge and whisper the names of things that had died here. For now, it was a mark. Malphas Gate held. The tendril of Kraken that had reached for it was a ruin. Its local mine cluster shredded, its biomass burned, corrupted, or stolen. Remnants still skulked in forgotten tunnels and deep oceans, but their days were numbered. The war here had become a coda, a long, drawn-out killing of what was already dead in any meaningful sense. The Black Legion walked amid the ruin they had made, their boots crunching on bones, their armor wreathed in the smoke of 1 billion burned. The pyres burned on, casting their own nightmarish light into the ash-choked sky, turning Malphas into a shrine lit by its own atrocity. The war at the gate seemed won. The scrying chamber was quieter than the battlefields of Malphas, but not by much. It lay deep within the spine of the War Master's flagship, a hollowed artery lined with black iron and bone, cables coiled along the walls like hibernating serpents. Dim lumen strips limped along the ceiling, their light tinted sickly by the incense smoke that hung thick in the air. The stink of burned flesh and soured promethium clung to every surface. Vorath the Unbound stood at its center. He had discarded his battlefield posture for something closer to ritual. His helm was still sealed, his armor still wet in places with enemy blood, but his stance was that of a man preparing to listen rather than speak. Before him, on a slab carved from a salvaged imperial altar stone, lay the tools of his new augury. Psychers first. They hung from the ceiling on chains, dozens of them, their limbs bound, their eyes stitched shut. Some had once been astropaths, their soul scars still faintly visible to someone who knew how to look. Others were witches caught on Malphas, dragged back to the flagship as spare parts. All had been flayed in places and scarified with the eye, their bodies turned into pages covered in crude sigils. They muttered continuously, words that never quite resolved, their voices overlapping into a single sibilant hiss. Beside and between them, mounted on hooked brass arms and wrapped in wards, were the Tyranid organs. Vorath had personally ordered them harvested from the carcasses around the synapse wound. Clusters of nodal ganglia, still slick with drying ichor, pulsed faintly where they had been stitched into cables. Segmented spinal cords, stripped of most surrounding tissue, quivered at intervals like plucked strings. At least one half-dissolved creature's brain sat in a crystal vat, tendrils of fluid feeding and draining from it, its surface twitching whenever the warp flexed. Vorath found the combination pleasing. The choir of broken human minds gave him one song. The writhing alien tissue gave him another. Together they made something nearer to a full sound, if he was careful about where he placed his attention. "Begin," he said. The chamber responded. Chains creaked as the psychers jerked, their bodies sensing the shift before their minds did. Needles embedded in their flesh delivered measured doses of agonizing stimulants. Their whispered mutter rose to full-throated babble. Some screamed, one laughed, a high, bubbling giggle that did not stop even when his throat began to bleed. The Tyranid organs twitched more violently. The stripped synapse cords glowed faintly along their length, bioelectric currents building as the warp pressure around them changed. The brain in the vat throbbled, bulging against its glass confines, its surface swelling with transient patterns that looked almost like eyes opening and closing. Vorath reached. He let his consciousness unspool from the narrow confines of his skull, sliding along the lines he had prepared. Human souls were familiar pathways for him, the currents of fear and hope and hate all too easy to read. The alien meat was another flavor, but he had tasted it now, and he could follow that too. He let the sensation of Malphas fall away. The immediate maelstrom of the war there had diminished anyway. The psychic roar of the synapse tower had gone silent, replaced by lesser currents, the shrieks of dying beasts, the snarls of demons now roaming more freely where the hive mind's pressure had slackened. Useful, but parochial. He wanted the larger tide. He pushed further. Warp tides rolled against him, heavy with the stench of the eye and the echoes of a million other conflicts. But through the Tyranid tissue, he found a different current, a colder stream that cut through that chaos with implacable force. The mind of Kraken, not as clearly as before. Malphas' tendril apex had been intimately focused on the world beneath it. When he had brushed up against that node, he had peered directly into the eye of a specific storm. That storm had been dragged screaming into the warp. What remained now was its echo, and what echo that echo had been attached to. Far away, beyond the eastern marches of the Imperium, other storms of the same flavor churned. He saw them not as pictures, but as densities, as knots of pressure where the hive mind's presence thickened. Through the broken synapse organs, those knots lit up in his awareness like sores on a diseased hide. Tendrils of mind and flesh writhed out from great unseen masses, curling into subsectors, coiling around systems he did not yet have names for. One branch gnawed at a string of mining worlds, its bioships wrapped like leeches around asteroid belts, draining the rock of whatever miserable life clung to it. Another assaulted a distant agri-cluster, its capillary towers rising from oceans of fat fields and plowed earth, turning carefully tended soil into pits of digestion broth. Beyond even those further out, there was a weight. He saw it only in outline, a dim edge of something too large to comprehend directly, like glimpsing a vast creature's flank through thick fog, the main body, the part of Kraken that had not yet fully committed itself to any single feast, but waited in the dark, digesting, learning, birthing. If Malphas had been a tentacle, that mass was the maw. Vorath did not flinch away. He tasted the paths that led from that mass toward the region of space where Malphas hung. Some came close, tendrils already on their way toward other Imperial holdings along the same broad front. Some had bent slightly, avoiding the taut, new warp scar that now lay over Malphas like a bruise. He understood. What we killed, he murmured, still half in the trance, was a feeler. A splinter of Kraken's attention, a probing claw, significant in its own right, deadly enough to break most fortress worlds, but not the main force, not the heart. The knowledge settled in his gut like cold iron. To the Imperium, the destruction of that tendril would be a legend of defiance if they ever bothered to learn the details. To Kraken, it was an expenditure, costly, yes, instructive, but expendable. Vorath's focus snapped back to his body. He staggered a step, then caught himself on his staff. The chains above him still rattled, the psychers sobbing and whining. One of the Tyranid cords had split during his trance, spilling a gout of foul ichor onto the floor. It steamed where it hit, etching faint patterns into the iron. He stood there for a moment, armor rising and falling as he steadied his breathing. Then he considered what to do. The War Master would want to know. Abaddon did not like surprises on this scale, yet there was a part of Vorath that weighed the reaction. Would he look upon the vision and see only the size of the foe, rage at the idea that even this great victory was against something less than the main body? Or would he see as Vorath did, a map not of despair, but of opportunity? Vorath smiled behind his helm. It was not really a choice. You did not hoard truths of this. Magnitude from the eye on the throne, if you wished to continue existing with your faculties intact. He turned, cloak of scorched skin and chains whispering, and left the chamber, the psychers still muttering, the alien organs twitching in their restraints, like dead things trying to remember how to live. Abaddon received him in a strategium set aside from the main bridge. It was less crowded, less choked with lesser officers, and the constant babble of minor reports. Hololithic displays drifted in the air, showing the Malphas system as a series of overlapping spheres and lines, the gate ring marked as a burning circle, the primary world as a wounded globe half ringed in symbols indicating ongoing operations. The War Master stood with his gauntlets resting on the edge of the primary display. His armor was still scoured and chipped from the fight at the tower, though some fresh brass had already been bolted over the worst of the damage. Drachnian hung at his hip, quiescent for now, its presence a smear of shadow that made the light around it shiver. Vorath bowed his head. "My lord," he said, "the scrying is complete." Abaddon did not turn immediately. "Tell me what the galaxy says of Malphas," he said. "Is the corpse Emperor's beacon still choked by the shadow here? Do his servants still flail in the dark, wondering which of their flanks has fallen today?" "The shadow here has thinned," Vorath said. "The tower's absence leaves a scar, not a shroud. The Hive mind's grip around Malphas is broken. Whatever beasts still crawl there are acting on stored impulse and instinct, not the touch of their distant master." He hesitated. "But," Abaddon prompted. Vorath took a breath. "But the shadow persists elsewhere," he said. "What we destroyed was not the main thrust. It was a splinter, a tendril, extended to test and feed. Other tendrils gnaw at other parts of the eastern fringe even now. Beyond them waits a mass that has not yet come fully into our theater. What reached for Malphas Gate was only a fragment of Kraken's true bulk." Silence settled over the strategium. Even the hum of the displays seemed to dim, the modulated clicks of data streams receding under the weight of that admission. Vorath watched the War Master's back. The plates of Abaddon's armor did not shift. He stood as if carved from obsidian. Vorath wondered, just for a heartbeat, whether he had made a miscalculation. Then Abaddon laughed. It was a low sound at first, a rumble in his chest plate that the Vox picked up and carried, distorting it into something deeper. It was not the sharp laugh he used when a mortal begged for mercy or a rival overreached. This was broader, almost satisfied. "Of course," he said softly. "Of course it was not the main fleet. The galaxy does not give up its greatest beasts for one gate." He turned, helm lenses glinting. "So," he said, "the Imperium faces more of these tendrils, along the fringe. More worlds like Malphas are being digested, more fleets swallowed. The corpse Emperor stretches himself thinner and thinner, rushing to plug holes in a dam eaten from the other side, while I sit here on one of the few true roads out of the eye and sharpen my knives." Vorath inclined his helm. "The main mass of Kraken watches and waits," he said. "It digests the knowledge your victory here forced into it. It routes other tendrils away from Malphas, treating this region now as complicated, hard ground, a place where the meat fights back and the warp does not behave as expected." "Good," Abaddon said. He moved to one of the secondary displays and gestured. The projection shifted, zooming out, showing not just Malphas, but a broad section of the eastern fringe. Markers flickered where known Tyranid incursions gnawed. "This is not a single war," he said. "It is a pressure. The Great Devourer pushes. The Imperium pushes back. For every Malphas. Where someone like me decides the beast will not eat there today, there will be a dozen worlds where no one with that will stand and the swarm feeds. That is not a thing I can stop, nor do I need to." He looked back at Vorath. "But I can guide it," he said. "I can learn its habits, its speed, its preferences. You have given me a map of its hunger. I can aim it, as a man might slap a maddened grox to send it charging into a different crowd. Let it bleed the corpse Emperor White. Let it chew on his bastion worlds. When it comes close to the paths I care about, we will do as we did here. When it goes elsewhere, let it. Every world it eats is one I do not have to waste my fleets on." Vorath chuckled dryly. "There is a risk," he said. "If it eats enough, if it learns enough, it may become something even we cannot poison." Abaddon shrugged, a motion that made the plating on his shoulders grind. "If that day comes, sorcerer, then we will find out what happens when two hungers too big for the same galaxy finally meet," he said. "Until then, we use what we can. Preserve everything. Every sample Karen has harvested, every scrap of data your scrying has gathered, every record of how the beasts reacted to our gifts." He raised his voice slightly, letting the command ride the Vox through the ship. "No more burning of Xenos carcasses for mere spectacle," he said. "Those days on Malphas are done. Every synapse node, every bioweapon pod, every organ that still twitches, belongs to the Legion's forges and archives. We will understand Kraken as well as any mortal thing can. When the chance comes to turn it aside from my plans or shove it into someone else's, I intend to be ready." Somewhere in the bowels of the flagship, Charon's mechadendrites twitched in anticipatory glee. Vorath bowed again. "It will be done," he said. "The galaxy will get stranger, my lord. We will see things no one has seen before." Abaddon's helm, lenses burned. "That is why we are here," he said. On Malphas's scarred surface, the fires were still burning. A lone Black Legionnaire stood on the edge of the Synapse crater and watched. He was no one of note. His armor bore the scars of a dozen campaigns, his pauldron the eye as any of his brothers. One tusk on his helm was broken. The chain axe at his side was newly sharpened, the teeth still stained from its last work. He stood alone because his squad had spread out to hunt the last Tyranid knots, and he had drifted here as if drawn by gravity. The wound gaped below him. Its edges were a ragged ring of torn earth and fused debris. The slopes inside had been slicked with dumped biomass. That slurry had not settled. It churned and bubbled, rising and falling in sluggish waves. Sometimes something like a face rose, half-formed and made of nothing but clotted ichor and bone fragments, then sank again. The air above the pit shimmered. Heat haze one part, the other. The part was not so easily named. The Legionnaire's helm autosensors tried to get a fix on it, then refused, runes glitching before they shut themselves off. His vox crackled with whispers whenever he leaned too far forward. He did not understand the words. They sounded like a dozen languages all spoken at once, and none of them human. He had fought on demon worlds before. He had looked into the eye of terror's storms from the decks of warships, had seen planets whose skies were nothing but screaming color. This wound felt smaller, but of the same breed. A tiny eye dug into the face of a single world, a place where reality had been peeled back and the raw madness beneath left exposed. He felt no fear, only a grim satisfaction. "We did this," he said to himself, Vox grill muffling the words. "The swarm thought it would eat us. We took its teeth and its tongue and shoved them into the same hole." He spat, a useless gesture with his helm sealed, and turned away, boots grinding on the blackened soil. Far away, in the deep dark where no sun's light reached, a Norn queen felt the echoes of Malphas in the way a predator feels a bruise it did not know it had. The destruction of Malphas' tendril apex had not sent pain. It had sent absence. A node that had once carried information and feedback, and the warm rush of consumed biomass, now simply did not respond. The queen's vast body shifted slightly in its cocoon of flesh, adjusting the angles of its sensory spines. It tasted the fragments. Data had already reached it before the end. The way chaos weapons burned, the taste of warp taint in flesh, the sudden vanishing of synapse coherence in a broad radius. The act of ripping the tower into the immaterium had been a blur from the tendril's point of view, a storm in a storm. Enough impressions had survived to be useful. The queen unrolled fresh strands of adaptation in response, not frantic, not angry, calm, precise. Some claws break when they rake, across harder prey. That is the cost of raking. Others grow thicker for having been tested. In its distribution of attention, the region around Malphas dimmed. Roots for future tendrils bent slightly, curving around that new warp scar. Not too far. The area remained of interest. The anomaly, the way the warp behaved there, the resistance shown by the defenders, all marked it as a place to watch, to study, but not to press upon again in the same way too soon. The hive mind did not throw good biomass after bad without gain. Elsewhere, other tendrils flexed. Some would move toward new prey. Others would skim the edges of Malphas' region, sending smaller splinters to taste the warp currents there, to test whether the scar could be used as a path or whether it was only a wound. The great mass behind them continued its slow, implacable drift toward richer feeding grounds, vast enough that the loss of a single feeler barely rippled its surface. On the flagship, in a quieter wardroom, offset from the main strategium, a chronicler bent over a slab of yellowed parchment. He was old, by the standards of those who survived long in the War Master's shadow, his hair thin and grey, his skin a map of ink and scar. A servo quill hovered near his shoulder, ready to write. But he preferred to guide the ink himself when the words mattered. Metal fingers held the pen with mechanical steadiness as he began to set down the first lines of the war that had just burned itself into legend. He wrote of the gate, of the tendril that had reached for it, of the tower dragged screaming into the warp. He wrote of rivers of chitin and seas of blood, and a world turned into a shrine. He paused, then inscribed a line that pleased him. Even the great devourer, he wrote, must bleed before the Black Legion. He knew others would add to this record in time. They would turn it into a saga, a roll of honor, a warning. But the first cut in the stone was his. Beyond, the Malphas system spun on. From a distance, from a vantage point no mortal eye could actually occupy, it looked small. A star dimmed by industrial haze and the echoing glare of orbital lance scars. A ring of fortresses hanging in dark, scarred orbit. A primary world, once merely ugly, now pitted and burned, wreathed in the smoke of its own dead. The gate still glittered as a knot of hard metal and hard will at the edge of that sun's light. Around it, chaos vessels moved. Some were already turning, their prows angling away from Malphas, drive flares brightening as they built translation velocity. Others lingered a little, their captains reluctant to quit a battlefield that still offered hunting and loot. But one by one, under the War Master's orders, they slid back toward the points in space where the fabric between real space and the warp was thinnest. Warp drives howled. Reality tore and mended. Fleets bearing the eye on their banners slipped from the Malphas system, vanishing into the broken sea, between stars, heading toward the next knot, the next chance to write their mark in blood on the galaxy's skin. Behind them, Malphas Gate burned, its pyres still shedding greasy light into the void, its new wound whispering softly to anything with ears to hear. Further out, Past the eastern fringe, past the reach of the Astronomican's faltering glow, the true mass of Hive fleet Kraken moved. It was not a single shape, not a tidy arrow of ships pointed at a single target. It was a drifting continent of bio-vessels, a living nebula of flesh and purpose. Tendrils extended and retracted, some angled toward imperial space, drawn by the rich stink of biomass and psychic noise. Others curved away, seeking orc empires or dead regions holding pockets of hidden life. If any mind in that seething bulk thought of Malphas, it did so in passing, a memory of a claw that had snapped when it struck a stone. The beast did not slow. It had a galaxy to eat,